1991, and my name is Ellen Zakal, an interviewer with the Holocaust Oral History Project of San Francisco. Today we are speaking with T. Werner Schwarz, and assisting in the interview is Judy Culligan and Peggy Poole. Werner, would you please begin by telling us your name or any former names you have, where you were born, your date of birth, and tell us a bit about your family.
Okay, the name is T. Werner Schwarz. The T stands for Thomas. How I acquired the T, I may say later during the interview. I was born in Berlin in 1912 in July. My parents were married in 1911. My mother and father both Jewish. And in 1914, just 2 years after I was born, my father had to go into the army for World War I, where he was until 1918, 4 years in the ditches, got wounded twice, at a couple of times or more perhaps, very particularly after he was wounded, where we could meet him, visit him. There was a little bit of correspondence, but essentially I grew up without the presence of a father. My mother was working, and since there was nobody else, I had no brothers or sisters, I was usually deposited during the daytime by my grandparents, at my grandparents' place, my mother's parents, where she took me in the morning, picked me up after work. When my father came back after World War I, he was pretty much in a situation we know from veterans of the Vietnamese War. They are not the same people at the end of the war they were at the beginning. They were not the loving parents, the loving husbands. They were completely changed, ruined by the brutality of the war. So was my father. He didn't have a job when he came back. He was not the same person, so eventually, or pretty soon afterwards, my mother and father grew apart. The marriage eventually got busted. My mother had to support me for not only during school years, but later on too, because there was very little income possibilities for me. And well, my father died in 1930. He had married again a woman who lovingly took care of him. He died of cancer. And I remember one incident which again brings out the wrenching problems in a child. My father died when I was 17 years old. And when he was buried, my mother could not go because the main mourner, principal mourner, was my father's widow. And his brother, my father's brother, had assembled the whole family of his family, brothers, sisters, and children, and so on, who were there. And I was sort of an outsider. I was a stranger at the burial of my father. I was there, of course, but I felt, thinking about it later, like Jews must have felt in general, standing at the periphery, not being able to become member of the society, or in this case, member of the mourners. My mother was very much disturbed by it, but she couldn't go, obviously. It was indicated, you're not welcome. So that was one powerful incident in my, well, I was 17, which sort of welded me to my mother and to her fate. No brothers, no sisters. My mother is from a family of eight children. My father from a family of 4 children. 2 girls, 2 boys, and again half of my mother's siblings were boys, the other half were girls. One died of TB in a relatively young age. I grew up, as I indicated already, with my grandparents who took care of me, having had a fairly big household, and the school I went to was close to my grandparents' home. It was modified gymnasium, what they called Realgymnasium in Germany, where we learned 3 languages, starting with Latin, then French, and at the end English. I graduated from high school in 1930, attended the university in Berlin, the Humboldt University. Humboldt, the same as Humboldt County here, named after Alexander von Humboldt, and studied economics and law. I wanted to study chemistry, but my mother was told by the chemist who worked in the, with the company, where she was secretary or administrative assistant to the CEO, later CEO. First he was vice CEO, and he advised strongly against chemistry. Jews wouldn't have a chance. So I picked law and economics, and law not so much to practice law, though it wasn't even the Hitler years yet. I had an idea, probably prompted by my belonging to the German Jewish youth movement, that I wanted to do something socially meaningful, and I opted for a sideline, but within the law, that had to deal with prison administration, particularly care of prisoners. And prisoners in prisons were dealt with same way in all countries. I don't know if you remember a very, very recent segment in 60 Minutes about the medical care of these people. That was the same everywhere. It's there was no beating, but they were neglected. Or if they did get sick, it was just feigning to get some special attention. So that I wanted to do. I served even a number of weeks in a prison in Hamburg as a part of this training. Rather unusual, but it was for me quite meaningful. Couldn't use it later on, however. And then in 1933, abruptly, when after the burning of the German Parliament building, the Reichstag, all Jews were dismissed. So there was not even a period to finish the semester or anything. It was the end of it, and that meant, of course, it was clear before that when they came to power, it was even before the burning of the Reichstag, that a career in law, even in the field which I had shown an interest in, would be impossible. The education of a lawyer for a Jew, out of the question. And I belonged then to to a Jewish youth movement that, with the advent of Hitler, considered to turn Zionist, and they did. My activity at that time was, well, I was not doing anything in particular. Jobs were not paying jobs anyway, were not available. The emphasis was on going to Israel and preparing for that by doing some apprenticeship. Most people went into agriculture, and the so-called Hachshara, Vorbereitung. And I didn't like agriculture so much, so I thought I'm going to be a baker. And I got a position, a job as an apprentice, unpaid apprentice in a German bakery, which was very interesting to me, but didn't last very long because carrying a whole board loaded with breads, I misstepped somewhere and got a hernia. Was fixed, but that was the end of the apprenticeship in Berlin. I did a little bit of other things. I worked for the youth movement, for the group called Werkleute, W-E-R-K-L-E-U-T-E, Leute are people. So it's, they were then already set on going to Israel, were trying to get money. Interesting, very wealthy people to contribute to that. Had good connection with Martin Buber, among others. And I was at that time asked if I could write by one of the potential contributors. He would very much contribute, but he would like to get a letter from a famous German painter, Jewish painter, Max Liebermann, Liebermann. Very old man, I don't even know what, he was famous at the time, contemporary, post-impressionist, and so the letter was written to him, and he actually did write a letter, and I was designated to pick it up. Interesting little trip. The man gave it to me. I don't think we shook hands, but we got the letter, and I don't know, a very big contribution. But that was a very short time I did this. I was also working, again without pay, for the German organization of non-Zionist Jews, that is a so-called Centralverein, or CV, that you might translate as Central Union of German citizens of Jewish faith. And I was a liaison of this organization to the Jewish youth groups. Lasted for a while, again not very long, because when that youth group openly turned to Zionism, I could not remain the representative of an organization which was not anti-Zionist, but which was pointedly not Zionist. I might point out something in this connection. There was later, and I had some association with that too, the association or union of all Jews in Germany as dictated by the Nazis. They had to combine in one representative union. It's called the Reichsvertretung, or I wrote down even how people translate that. Yeah, national representation of the Jews in Germany. Now, this is, to me, somewhat significant. The Centralverein is of German citizens of Jewish faith. It then became the, not the Centralverein, but the Nazis said, you are not German citizens, you are Jews living in Germany, so it became the national, or the union, representative union of Jews in Germany. And when I went over this before, I wondered how that has changed. So we called ourselves in Germany German Jewish, first German, then Jewish. And I thought about this. Here we talk of Jewish Americans, African or Afro-Americans, Chinese Americans. The origin is first, the nationality comes afterwards. And that switch went on when the Nazis came to power. We could no longer call, the youth movement could no longer call itself German, Jewish. So they changed the name to something entirely not associated with German. But the representative union had to follow that dictate. You are Jews in Germany. Not even emphasize that you are German. I came here on a German passport. But it's an interesting little distinction which the Nazis made stick. And of course emphasized, you are, if at all you consider yourself citizens, you are second-class citizens. Now I have to pick up my thread again.
You were talking about your, basically your involvement in all the youth movement.
Yeah, all right. These were loose ends. I also was active in that time in a group that was organized by a leading member of the Centralverein, Ludwig Tietz, T-I-E-T-Z, who was a descendant or a sign of a big department store chain. He was a physician and relatively young. I think he was born in 1899, so at that time he was 34 years old or 33 years old. he assembled a number of young people from the youth movement, Jewish youth movement, and we tried, I should say he wanted to keep track of a totally chaotic Jewish community. Sure, there were some organizations, there were Jewish communities, but what happened in this during the period of takeover by the Nazis and by the stormtroopers and SS troops, that nobody really followed or could keep track of it. We only found out a lot of Jewish people were interrogated by the Gestapo, and then a few days later the family got notified, your husband or father or so-and-so killed himself. He jumped out of the window. We tried to get their names, could never establish whether they jumped out of the window in the third or fourth story or were pushed out. Usually the assumption was they were pushed out. Of course, they didn't live to tell the story. But that was totally without any court, without any proceedings, as we know, before somebody is condemned for whatever he or she did. It was simply Jews. Maybe some of them were active in anti-Nazi organizations. The possibility of suicide in a case like that, jumping out the window, is a fairly realistic one, because they were either tortured or beaten, and one way out is simply jump out to it. No, the end will come anyway, so I'll do it. But it was a wrenching period, which eventually calmed down when the Nazis, after the turbulent weeks or months of success, got a little bit organized. They took up relation, or not relation, but took up some discussion with Jewish leaders, so some people had to step forward. One of the people who did was another descendant of another department store, Wilfried Israel, whose family had founded a department store in Berlin, and he, just about the same age as Dr. Tietz, became involved. He was shy, and he survived Tietz, who died in 1933, November 1933. He survived him and did very good work in getting Jews out of Germany, getting them established in Israel. And Israel had the unique ability to travel abroad and between England and other countries and Germany because of dual citizenship. He was born in England, and the family lived and had the department store in Berlin, and so he was apparently beyond reach by the Gestapo. Eventually the Nazis got him. He was in Portugal, traveled back to England by air, and that plane was shot down. Presumably, well, it wasn't shot down because Israel was in there, but some word got around to the Nazis that Churchill was down there and was flying back. It was not the case, but Leslie Howard, the film actor, was in that plane. So it was down over the bay of, forgot the name, Biscay, in southern France, and of course that was the end of it. Forgot the year. So the book, a biography that was written and published just a few years ago by a woman I brought along, an English woman who did a lot of research into the life of Wilfried Israel and his activities, has finally been written. It was very difficult to do so because the people who lived there were mostly, who lived at the time and were mostly gone. That's the book.
And the author's name again is what?
Wilfried Israel.
Oh, Very good.
And she describes the circumstances in the time after the Hitler or the Nazis took over. She described a lot of these internal rumblings of what went on, mentioning a lot of names of people, a good many of whom I knew. And I had some correspondence with him. He before he died and at the time, so there were a number of people. The association was very close with the Centralverein, which was in an impossible situation because they had the possibility of calling itself German nationals of Jewish faith was no longer accepted, so there were the rug was pulled out from under them, but a number of people kept in touch with each other, and those who could travel or could go did leave. Some of the leading people went to this country, but many of them died, and some of them worked in the union, representative union of Jews in Germany, and I knew these people too, and I was helped to some extent by them. Most of them died, some of them in Theresienstadt. One who survived was a chief rabbi, Leo Beck, B-R-E-C-K. After the war, I heard him. He came to San Francisco once and talked in the synagogue on Webster in California. Old man, he lived in Theresienstadt. Whether he was spared by intent or just by luck, nobody knows. Anyway, he survived. And the union of the representative union of Jews in Germany had one other or initiated another action. A professor of mathematics in Bonn, the university, retired, of course, because he was Jewish, agreed to undertake the sending of young academicians and promising students, Jewish students, or promising anyway those who had the means or seemed to worthy to him, to get located outside of Germany in countries that would take them. The main depository for them, or the main place where they were sent to, were the United States. I became his assistant because I knew his son very well, was a good friend of mine. And when his father established that, he said, well, he has to have somebody who does the bookkeeping or the correspondence and so on. And I was recommended, and I did get the position, moved to Bonn, lived in his house, or there were two parties in the house. And so that was actually the beginning of preparation for my coming to this country. I should say that between the time I was in Berlin and went to Bonn, I was in Frankfurt, and Frankfurt on the Main, and I had two, and then I went to Bonn. But in Frankfurt, I went first, still as a member of the Zionist youth movement, it has become openly Zionist then, to be in charge or co-charge of a Beit Haluz. That is a place where young Jews trying to learn or prepare themselves for Israel by learning some trade lived. And I picked up again my training as a baker, a bakery apprentice, and lived in this Beit Haluz, men and women, or boys and girls. After a while, I dropped out of it. I don't know if it's saying why it is. If you want, you can ask later. It's simply that I didn't feel quite comfortable in the organization, which had a sort of a guru on top, and was organized like some of the things we have learned not too long ago in this country, where you have one master or one guru who determines the structure, pyramidal structure, you might say, with somebody on top and everybody in a position underneath. And I just didn't like this conformity, this having to do essentially or behave what I wanted. Well, it created a lot of good discipline for which we, having grown up in Germany and Prussia, were very well qualified to learn. But I got out of it and then got a job with the Jewish what would it be called? Jewish social work for the whole province of Hessen-Nassau. It's a rather large one. Frankfurt is the center of it, and it was located in Frankfurt, and we traveled to small towns. There were a lot of small towns in which Jews presided. Of course, their livelihood was destroyed. They were shunned, and these were visited and either tried to get some financial help or advice what to do, how to get out of it. It was again a interesting work, but very depressing, because not much could be done, if anything. And I was still in that work when I got the call from this professor in Bonn. And there came something else to my help. I had previously thrown out of the university all Jews said. So how would I get back into university and resume studying chemistry, which I wanted to know to do after I finished high school? And as I mentioned,
what year were you thrown out?
1936. I was 35, 36, doing the social work in Frankfurt. I left Berlin in 33, went to Frankfurt, beginning of 34, spent a year and a half, possibly 2 years, in Frankfurt already in the Beit Haluz, learned bakery. I don't think it was 2 years, but maybe a year and a half, and then switched over to this social work. Did that about a year and a half, and then went to Bonn. And what enabled me to go to Bonn was another strange thing the Nazis did. They allowed Jews whose father were in World War I and were wounded twice, not just once, but twice, that they could ask or could resume their study or start studying in the university. Well, it wasn't easy to get accepted by a university. I wrote to several ones, and they said, well, they were filled already. It wasn't a question of quota. They couldn't accept anyone more. I'd say, of course, applying under these special conditions. But in Bonn it was possible, because this man was an emeritus professor, and he knew he became emeritus because of being Jewish. But he knew a lot of people. He knew the chairman of the chemistry department, and there I got in. Spent 2 years until the Kristallnacht, and I must say that there was no particular discrimination. In fact, there's one incident which stands out there. I took a course in mineralogy, the very first semester I was there, and the man who gave the course was the head of the Nazi group. So when he came in, everybody stood up and gave the Hitler salute. I stood up, but he didn't give the Hitler salute, and at the end of this hour I went to him and introduced myself and said, well, I'm Jewish, what shall I do? Oh, it's fine, you just stand up with the rest of them, don't give the Hitler salute. And it was very peculiar. I took this one course from him, and but more or less we saw each other in the halls, and he talked to me a little bit. And when I had to leave the university after the Kristallnacht, I went to him and he gave me a marvelous testimony, a written testimony. I was one of the Jews, the good Jews. But there was no particularly discriminatory or anti-Semitic feeling among the other students. They knew I was Jewish. I could do my work just as they did. The professors whose courses I took were absolutely objective. There was no I didn't feel any particular difference. In fact, it was better, I should say, than it was in high school. In high school, I took all the courses. There were 2 Jewish students. At one time, there were 3 Jewish students. And we were separated twice a week when the subject of the class was religion, a required subject in German schools. So we went to a special place, and actually most of the students were Protestants. But there were 2 or 3 Catholics in there, so they also had their special instructor. But again, there was no particular feeling pointing out that as Jews we were different. So my upbringing was determined in part by the German culture and German history, and then again by my belonging to a Jewish youth organization. So this duality was there and shaped the rest of my life. My real grounding, cultural grounding, historical grounding, grounding in arts, and you name it, any of the things, was German and is German, and showed again very strongly when I got married to a German woman a few years ago who never had any leaning towards the Nazis. On the contrary, and her first husband fell because of this, and was drafted in the First War and fell because he was not capable of being a soldier, but they drafted him anyway. Had some shortcomings or some physical problems. And I find it very interesting to be with this woman. Her name is Ellie, incidentally, very similar to yours, because she had a strong cultural background. Born in 1914, so she's 2 years younger than I am. Brought up in a small town, but nevertheless, the cultural influence of German, not Nazi German, and his whole history is sort of burned into us. And it is very rich. It's not just German, it is European. And when I say it's very rich, I compare it with what my children, 2 boys, learned here, what is being done now, the discussion about education, which gets worse and worse, shallower and shallower, no history knowledge, all the way up to the government. They really don't know the situation because they have no history. And it reminds me very much of a saying of, I think, a Spanish philosopher: those who do not observe the lessons of history are condemned to repeat them. Our situation right now in this country, but I'm getting off the subject. So I studied chemistry in Bonn until the Crystal Night, and since I was an assistant to the man who tried to locate places for young academics and students, Jewish students, and Jewish academics to emigrate and get positions, get located some outside Germany, I was fortunate enough to be on that list, and through the International Student Service was placed in Berkeley. I mean, they sent the list of the CVs and whatever else was necessary around to the universities and to fraternities, Jewish fraternities in these places, to ask them, would you take, which one do you want to take? They got a whole list and could choose. So the requirements for admission to the university I had, because a German high school diploma is equivalent to 2 years in a university here already, right off the bat. And a Jewish fraternity in Berkeley agreed to take me, and I came here in July 1939, 6 weeks before outbreak of World War II. I arrived in New York, stayed 2 weeks in New York, and then took the train out to Berkeley, and I've lived in this area ever since, with interruptions of the war. When I was in the Navy, with interruption of 2 sabbaticals, one in Switzerland, the other one in Germany. And, well, this is long beyond the years up to World War II. There's one interesting episode that occurred in World War II. I volunteered for the army, for the United States Army. And particularly following the example of my roommate in the fraternity, who came from Austria, and he volunteered after he graduated. I officially graduated after 1 year at the university, or 2 years at the university, and hadn't completed the chemistry curriculum at all, because I got 2 years credit for high school, so I've stayed another year to complete that, and then volunteered in either end of 41, after Germany already had entered the war, or early in 42.
What was your citizen status?
Nothing. I was still a student. I was here on a student visa. And the requirement was that I have to continue studying or I would be deported. Where would I be deported? Back to Germany, of course. It's an American attitude. There was no question about it. I was under curfew. I couldn't leave the house or the place where I lived, the room where I lived, between 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning. I could not travel more than 50 miles away from San Francisco. My roommate, being an Austrian, was quite different. He was a friendly alien. I was an enemy alien. And that was very clear when I applied or volunteered for the army. I was turned down. And I said, it's ridiculous. Don't you people know what's going on? I asked him, well, I'm Jewish, and I don't even know where my mother and where my relatives are. I have nothing but hatred for the army and for Germany, and I would like to fight them.
How did your Jewish peers treat you?
My Jewish peers?
In the fraternity, yeah.
Oh, well, they were not particularly concerned about it. They led a leisurely life. They had really no knowledge of what was going on. They asked both of us, is it really true what we read in the paper? What life did you do? They didn't know. Actually, I learned gradually there were Jewish fraternities, because then the non-Jewish fraternities could tell a Jew who wanted to become a member, now you go to the Jewish fraternity. That's why we have them. That's why we have a Jewish golf club here, because the others didn't want to take them, and the Jewish golf club took non-Jews as member. I remember at the time a friend of mine was active and played golf. Governor Brown at the time, not the son, but Pat Brown, was a member of it. Not that he played there, but to show the attitude. So that struck me as very strange, this separation. Separate but equal. Not only for the blacks, here for the Jews. That was accepted. Fraternities, sororities, clubs, social clubs. You had your own. You had B'nai B'rith for the students, and so this was very strange, because I grew up actually not separate, but essentially equal with the rest of them. This was terminated by Hitler, and the whole 200 years of German assimilation, the age of reason, so to speak, was terminated too. It was not your attitude, it was not what you think or where you think you belonged, but were you derived from Jewish parents or grandparents or great-grandparents that determined whether or not you were a Jew. So the upbringing was totally, we were assimilated. My parents went to, my mother later, my father also, to a synagogue for the high holidays, but otherwise there was very little. The Jewish youth movement was also a little bit religious, and the Zionist movement, we started Hebrew and were very intense about it. But as far as Jewish holidays or Jewish ceremonies are concerned, there was no great emphasis. By no means orthodox. If anything, it was very liberal. I mentioned already the association the group had with Martin Buber, and he was no orthodox in the sense of a way. I can characterize him, but he certainly was not the orthodox fringe, not even orthodox. He may have observed the holidays, and since he translated the Bible together with a friend into into German, from Hebrew into German, and trying to do an entirely different translation than Martin Luther did in 15 or published in the 16th century. So the attitude was in the main, at that time, we were Jews, whether that was a race or people or a historical group or a group held together by common memories for generations and centuries. That was discussed, but there is no consensus on it any more than there is now. There's a state, and every Jew is welcome, but whether that is it's not a theocracy. So everybody can pick what he wants, and the majority of people are not, at least in Israel and the rest of the world even less, so are not too observing. They observe the Shabbat, of course. This is required in Israel particularly, and it's to the dismay of, I think, the majority of people, if I can believe a few relatives I had, and the son and family of a cousin who visited us last week, and the Jewish, I lost my thought.
If I may interrupt at
Sure.
this point, can you trace your family back to any certain
Yes, I can trace them back. In fact, this cousin one stream, a second cousin, so to speak, in Israel did this, a family tree. And I helped him, and I have the whole thing here. You can't read it if I show it, but it is. Let me just say, he traced it from the great grandfather of his and of me, his great-grandfather. So it goes first generation, his grandfather and my grandfather were brothers. So they come from a couple. And that couple, at the origin of one, is is in the province of Posen, in Krotoshin.
province of
Krotoshin, K-R-O.
in Poland?
In Poland. Well, today Poland. At the time, the province of Posen was German. The Germans, though the country, the whole empire, if I want to say, was not created until 1871, after the French-German War under Chancellor Bismarck. They were very expansion ready. They had always wanted to expand towards the east. They had large mass of people, but regardless of the mass of people, they wanted to be powerful. They resented that all the other many other countries, France, Spain, England, collected colonies all over, and the Germans did not. Part of the reason why they went to war in 1914. This is my mother's family. So he could trace the origin back to one family or one couple in Krotoshin that were the grandparents of my grandfather. And there he lost track. As far as my father is concerned, first of all, he died in 1930 before I could even ask him many questions. I did find among his papers a naturalization certificate, and I think it comes from Hungary. And so I had little contact with his side of the family. I knew, of course, the woman he married afterwards. He lived a very long life, died 2 years ago at the age of 97. And in Switzerland, lived during the war in England, and then went back, reunited with her sister who lived in South America, so they settled in Zurich. But she didn't know much either about my father's family, in fact, much less than I did. His parents are buried in Berlin, in the Berlin Jewish Cemetery in Weißensee. Where my grandparents are buried, where my father is buried, so this is the place where Jews usually were buried. And I don't know much about him. As I said, I found papers later that indicated he was naturalized and he was born, or his parents or his father was born in Hungary, and he acquired German citizenship here. I could not find out the year. It might have been probably before he went in the army during World War I. But for my mother's family, it goes back that far. And of the large family I indicated, my mother was one of 8 siblings. One died in 1923 or 24 of tuberculosis, and the others, 4 boys, 4 girls, 2, 3 died in concentration camps. One escaped with his 2 daughters to Colombia. Of his daughters, one still lives in Bogota, and we have telephone contact with each other. That means I call her. And 2 sons of the oldest siblings of my mother, boy or man, went to Sweden. The Swedes at that time invited or arranged for a number of young German youth, essentially children, to come to Sweden and be saved. And the 2 sons of my oldest uncle went to Sweden. One and worked in, the one had already learned bakery and I know what the word is, cookies and sweet stuff. So he was very good at that. He had no difficulty finding a job. The other one worked in the agriculture and did very well too, and then was got polio, and was partly paralyzed, spent a whole year in hospital and training, and eventually did very, very well, although he was crippled and could only walk with the help of canes, and eventually he visited me twice here in California, the last time only in a wheelchair with his oldest son. He could not even get out of the wheelchair. He couldn't even use the toilets in our place because his wheelchair was a little wider than the doors. But his attitude is marvelous. You just can't get him down, and he's been very successful as a businessman. He still is. He's as an accountant, so to speak. He can do that at home. He doesn't have to be on his feet. And we visited him several times. Very good connection. Again, by telephone, and as long as I went to Europe, and that was the first time in 1960 when I was on a sabbatical in Switzerland, the second time when my oldest son graduated from high school in 1970. I took both boys on a trip to Germany. The marriage had already gone on the rocks. We were still together.
Your marriage?
My first marriage, yeah. But I took the boys to, one was, they're 2 years apart, or 20 months apart, to Germany, Europe, Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and met my cousin and his family. He had 3 sons. And resulted in that my younger son was invited the following year to spend 6-7 weeks with one of the sons of my cousin, about the same age, in Sweden. Language, he didn't learn any Swedish. He was supposed to teach the other one English. He didn't learn English. My cousin's son didn't learn English either, but somehow they could understand each other. And well, they are now 36 and 38, so they are no longer boys. They are men. Neither one is married, incidentally. Partly, of course, they experience, having seen that the parents' marriage founded, has a profound interest. Not traceable in any way, but it seems to have a psychological impact. Subliminal, you might say. They did very well. No, the older one did very well in school. Both went to the university. The older one is in Colorado now, and the younger one is in the Bay Area working as a machinist at the Alameda Air Station, Naval Air Station. So that is essentially the story up to the war. I should have mentioned that I was considered an enemy alien, and I was hit by the curfew, having to stay home between 8 in the evening, 8 in the morning, and was turned down by the army. In fact, I went very far. I pursued it. I thought, this is impossible. How can they be so stupid? Of course, I had experienced the problem with the Americans of Japanese ancestry here in California at the outbreak of the war with Japan. So it did not strike me as unusual with that mentality that was then present here, that they would say, well, you're German of German origin, just like we used to think. We Jews are of German origin, and Jewish just with the faith. I was an enemy alien, and my roommate, being an Austrian, was a friendly alien. This is ironical because the Austrians were much stronger adherents of Hitler. In fact, they loved him when he invaded or marched into Austria, and they threw flowers at Nazi troops and the SS troops. So they were not conquered, but according to the to the American concept, they were annexed, like Czechoslovakia, or the northern part of Czechoslovakia, Bohemia. History is not very much ingrained, certainly not in army officers. I don't want to generalize it. We may have to cut that later on. But I went to Washington. I was asked, you can pursue that, go to Washington. And there I met 5 officers up on a dais. I was below their standing and pleaded my case, and they were very friendly. I would hear in 2 weeks. So I went back, very hopeful that I could join the army. The answer was no, you're an enemy alien. And that brings me back to an incident that was shown 2 weeks ago on the television show. The one woman being interrogated or interviewed was in England and in America, and had a brother who was in the American army, was an officer in the American army. Also born in Berlin, so apparently falling in the same category I was, but he was in the army, and not only that, he was an officer. My roommate also became an officer. And this man, who was not shown on TV, but his sister gave a very good and very moving account. So at the end of the war, her brother tried to locate their mother, who was in the concentration camp. They hadn't heard anything from her. And after the concentration camp were dissolved, the people were put into other camps as displaced persons. And so he traced her there. And she hadn't heard anything from her 2 children, and actually they could meet. The woman was alerted in the displaced person camp, and she had a visitor there and went out, and it was her son. Now this is it moved me at the time very much, and I mentioned it because that is a situation which people like me very much have been dreaming of. You will be reunited with your mother and have a chance now to pay back, in a way, all the things she did, and and do good for all the sufferings she did on account of the children. Of course, it's a dream thousands and 100,000s of men and women have, but that was very moving because it actually materialized. Eventually, the armed forces needed more people, so I was drafted in 1943. No question anymore about enemy alien status. I was drafted, and not in the army. I was drafted for the Navy, which at the time I did not like. The army had filled its quota already, and they had to take. They were the first one. They had to take more of the black people than the Navy. They only had very few uh, places for blacks in the Navy because of the living quarters that are so close together. So I got in the Navy. I hated it because I had no grudge against the Japanese. I wanted to go to Europe. I became a citizen after about 4 or 5 months. Boot camp is 3 months. Then they put me into the chaplain's office. The rabbi took me. I played the piano at services and had a leisurely time actually during the month. And then I got a call to Washington, to Bethesda, Naval Medical Research Institute. The dean at the School of Pharmacy, where I was working for a PhD in pharmaceutical chemistry, passed on my name to a colleague in Berkeley who was a captain in the Navy and had a unit in microbiology for the Navy. And went to him, and he said he had no spot for me, but he'll see what he can do. And he apparently passed my name on, and so I got a call to Washington and got there, Naval Medical Research Center that was on the base of a large Navy hospital. Well, a very pleasant life. I don't think I did anything worthwhile. I was transferred later on. I never was on aboard ship. The biggest ship was a rowboat during boot training. Life was really not like in war. I had to spend 1 night on the base, 2 nights I could spend outside, and since sleeping on the base with large quarters was not my cup of tea, I'm a very nervous person with all the noise going on, the snoring and so on. I got very little sleep. I could have a room outside. So it was not my idea of a war, but it turned out, of course, to be not unpleasant, no complaints. I couldn't get any further. As a citizen now, I was like anybody else, I should say. One more thing, I became a citizen, as I said, after about 5 months. And I was asked, do I want to change my name? And I said yes, because I was Werner Schwarz, and nobody could pronounce Werner, could remember Werner. I was always Schwarz, or Schwarzi, or hey you. And everybody else goes by first name, Tom, Dick, and Harry. So I decided I add Tom or Thomas to my name. First of all, it's a name that's common in this country, it's common in Germany, and I had been for years very fond of the works of Thomas Mann. So Thomas was an adequate name. Everybody knew Tom. And that problem, which bothered me, because I didn't want to stand aside. I want to be like everybody else. After all, my contact with American people was essentially in the fraternity. And again, they were from a yuppie class. They were spoiled. They lived a life which, to somebody who came from a deprived living condition, as we had in Germany during the Depression, during the 20s and 30s, under the Hitler regime, could really not see how people live in such surplus, with no cares about what was going on in the rest of the world. They asked my roommate and me, is it really true that Jews are picked up on the street and tossed in the water or taken for interrogation and tortured and killed and so on? Well, I was once too, coming from a meeting of a group. Nazis picked us up, and I had some papers in my briefcase, totally innocuous, but they kept me and of course asked questions. Well, there were 2 big guys, several in fact, asking questions. No matter what I said, I got hit in the face, first right then left and right, and as a result of that beating, I had a ringing in the ears for days, and it damaged my hearing for a while. The Navy did something further. We had rifle practice without any protection. So that, as I got older, didn't get better. But that's a minor thing. The end of the war, I was in Washington, or Bethesda is Washington. I came back here after I tried in Washington to go to Europe, look for my mother. In the meantime, the stories had come out that what happened to the Jews, it was really not published here, nobody knew. I'm sure the administration knew. They were asked by Jews in other countries, bomb the railroad tracks, bomb the concentration camps. No. It was not done because, well, that's again part of American history. There was a German Bund here, was very powerful. The German not ex-Germans, they were very proud to be German and Americans. They had a political pull. So Roosevelt at the time did not want to antagonize them. He wanted to be elected and get his program through, and he did. But the sacrifice is, I shouldn't say the Jews, but that he kept a relatively neutral position. So I could not go back to Europe or to Germany and pleaded, look, my mother is there and I don't know if she lives, and then her relatives I would like to look for them, but no, I had no official function. And since the army ruled, or the armed forces ruled Germany, the British, the French, and the American, and the Russians in the eastern part, unless they sent me back, I could not. So I went back to San Francisco, resumed my study. Having become a citizen, I could be licensed as a pharmacist, which I had studied in the meantime, because with all my chemistry training, I had completed 2/3 of the pharmacy requirement, but I could not be licensed, not being a citizen. That was very fortunate, not being that I could be licensed, because financially I was in good shape. I could work part-time as a pharmacist. I got a teaching assistantship at UC and got a GI Bill. And I could pay back all the debts which I accumulated ever since I came to this country, because I came without money. And that eventually landed me also on the faculty of UCSF in the School of Pharmacy. After I got a PhD, in fact, before I got the PhD, the vacancy occurred, and one of the lucky things, they asked me. And yes, I took it. And I've been here ever since, with the exception of sabbaticals, with the exception of a few traveling things, but that has been my base, and I should say, with the exception of being in the Navy, I've been here more than half a century. Well, I may have omitted a few things. You may want to know.
I'd like to go back to
7 or 8 seconds.
Take a look if I'm sitting right here.
Very good, thank you. We're okay, anytime we can begin. Anytime.
Okay.
So why don't you begin by telling us how your mother and her was affected by all the changes that occurred in Germany between 33 and 39?
Well, you mean economically?
Economically.
Well,
as well as emotionally.
Emotionally, it was very difficult. My mother was very much concerned with me. I was the only child. Her husband had left and done really nothing for me, no support. Oh, we met every 2 weeks or something like that. But there was no influence on his part upon me. He was very supporting, but he couldn't do really anything. He eventually found a niche as editor of a trade journal that had to do with ready-made clothing. So he, as editor, he did this work until he got sick, died of cancer. That was actually the occupation 3 of my uncles, 2, maybe all 3 of them had. They were in business, employed a few people, producing ready-made clothes. But my mother saw me essentially in the morning to get up and breakfast, and then she had to go to work. Her salary was not bad, not good. that good. It was hard going. We had a one-bedroom apartment, and I slept, when I got older, in the living room up to I don't know what year. I slept in my father's bed, but her position was, she augmented her economic base by doing the books for relatives who had little businesses or stores, and they had to keep books like an accountant, and they asked my mother to do it and paid her for that. In fact, she also supported her parents, as did her siblings, as much as possible, because they were old, and after my grandfather died in 24, or possibly even 23, I really don't know, my grandmother, where I also then spent the time after school until 1930, had a stroke and required care. Stayed in the apartment because my oldest aunt lived there too, so she supported my grandmother, but the others contributed. That went on until, let's say, the Nuremberg laws, I think, were 1935. My mother could still stay in her position as administrative assistant to what then had become the CEO of the company, a large alcoholic beverages. And since the CEO also was Jewish, he had to go, I think in 37 or 38, and my mother had to go. So then the hardship began, because she got a job somewhere else in a small outfit, not paying as much as before, but she never discussed that with me. And I had no understanding, at the time at least, what it meant to be a single woman and bringing up a child, a son whom she wants to give the opportunity to learn as much and do as much as she thinks should have. So she worked even more on the side, though that went down too, because the stores, which a couple of our relatives had, or second or third cousins, also could not continue, particularly not after the Kristallnacht, and also before not very well, because there was a certain boycott already present in Berlin, at least, and other parts too. She still supported me when I said I'm going to Frankfurt to the Beit Haluz and work as apprentice in a bakery. I didn't pay anything, but I had to pay for my living. Clothing was not particularly important. There was enough things to wear, but we didn't buy much new things or any of that sort. I also was the oldest of the children of the family of 8, and anything that I outgrew was passed on to others. She never talked about that, and I was somehow not very sensitive to the needs. I went my way, and I had certain aims. And when I asked her something, I needed something, here is the money. She had lived very frugally. I remember one thing, it took her half an hour to go to work, but she most of the time took the streetcar. Cars we didn't have. But sometimes she walked in the morning, and sometimes even in the evening or late afternoon when it was over, to save what was at that time a princely sum of, I think, a nickel. But in this way she put together, not a fortune, but some savings, which enabled her to see her through and me through. I visited the place where I was born and where she lived until she was deported in 1970, and nobody answered. That was a little bit wrenching decision. shall I go or shall I not go? Suppose the people are there. How do I open a conversation saying who I am? They may slap the door into my face. That happened to some West Germans after the reunification of the two Germanies. He wanted to see the place where he grew up and so on, and saying that the East German closed the door right in the guy's face who's a writer. Okay, so I was expecting something of that. Since nobody was there, I was quite satisfied. Not having gone there would have been not exactly a courageous act. Looking up there, not going up, would have been sort of cowardice. So I went up and nobody was there. Good. But it was interesting to see, that was in East Germany, but within East Germany. The stairs to the apartment, which was on the third floor, were all hollowed out in the middle, wooden steps from the continuous traffic. There was no replacement. Previously, I remember there was some rug there, but really to see a little curve on each step showed how much was done, and this is very characteristic even for today. Nothing, or practically nothing, was done to upkeep things. If they were kept up, then the people who lived there did it themselves. The government didn't do a thing. Government didn't do any upkeep, any maintenance, real maintenance, and particularly not any bringing it up to date of factories. But that is a subject that doesn't belong here. My mother lived there. She had to, since there was 2 rooms, she had to take a boarder that was decreed at the beginning of the war, 1938, and then 39, yellow star, and that I never had to wear the yellow star. I was in Bonn, and I somehow got around it. She had an arrow, nailed her down to that, so she had to do that, and then you had to take in a border, and that she still could communicate to me. How she got along, I don't know. She never mentioned anything. She talked about what little work she was doing. And then in 42, or the end of 41, I think it was early 42, came only a very cryptic message that came through the Red Cross, actually, that they have to prepare to leave. And she left on the same transport on which her oldest brother and his wife left. The oldest brother's 2 sons went to Sweden. So the remaining son, the older one of the 2 brothers, had died already, died in Sweden. We have a very close relation. Visited him every time I was there, and a very close relation by phone. In fact, he called me to congratulate me after the first day of the Gulf War, when there was a successful air attack without any American planes coming down. He called me and congratulated me as I had something to do with it. But then she went and she ended up in Treblinka. That is what's today Poland. I don't know. I haven't looked. I've looked at it once on the map, but it's a relatively small area, Auschwitz, Treblinka, and the other camps. An interesting thing happened. I'd never been to any concentration camp until 1970. I had no desire, but I took my 2 sons on a trip. We came by a British war cemetery, and then we came by a sign, Bergen-Belsen. And my older son asked me, "Isn't that the name of a camp?" And I said, "Yes." But somehow I didn't want to expose them to the cruelty of that. Anyway, I decided we went on to the next nearest town, stayed there for the night, and next morning we went back to the camp, and for the first time the exhibit there showed what was going on, and my son saw too. The view of grass and a few stones, helter-skelter, dispersed, with a wall at the end with inscriptions. That at least both were impressed. The elder more than the younger. He is also the one who has gone much further in his education than the younger one. And that was the way that I could see it. Otherwise, I've seen it in pictures. I was at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. It brings it up. Well, that has to do with today's politics and government. Let's skip it. But that was the only real camp I had seen directly, not in pictures. But it's the picture I could visualize very well when I was kept 2 weeks in prison after I was picked up at a meeting, and everybody else could go home, but they saw a few things which they misinterpreted or looked suspicious to them, to the Gestapo, to the stormtroopers.
You were in prison?
I was 2 weeks in prison. I was in very good company with the top people of the Social Democratic Party. Was nothing done to me, but the experiences which they related were. It was 1933. I think in March. It was after the burning of the Reichstag, and it was not forbidden for Jews to meet. It was in a private home. That was in the home of the man I mentioned, Ludwig Tietz, was a physician, and he had his practice there too. They just stormed in and took everything and searched them, and they found I had a little briefcase, like this one, I brought along here, and there were some clippings and things like that. So that was, I must have been collecting something. So they wanted to interrogate me, and that interrogation was more a beating than an interrogation. But what I found out later, I got away very easily, because in one place, holding place, people came back from interrogation. It was a completely bloody back, being whipped. And the prisoners there tried to do everything they could to ameliorate the pain and the wounds. Didn't have much at their disposal. But that was a type of beating, whether it was simply revenge or trying to get some information out of them, I don't know. I was spared. And after 2 weeks, without any reason, without any accusation, I was sent home. I was allowed to go. It was pretty bad for my mother, because I think Ludwig Tietz himself went to my mother that evening when I was kept and had to tell her that.
Was he not taken?
That I was taken. That he.
Was Dietz taken?
No. Well, he was taken with a group, but they were let go, and because there was somebody in the group who notified some top man in the Centralverein, and he got in touch with a man in the administration, Nazis, though he apparently was not unfriendly to the whole situation. He immediately effected the release of these people. They had to go. It was simply the uncertainty of the uncertainty that faced them. Once you were taken, you didn't know what they would do. And I mentioned before that people taken for interrogation may have preferred jumping out of the window to a continuation of the interrogation, as might have been thrown out too. So that was known. And to be in the hands of these brutes without any reason, without any mentioning what the accusation is or what the purpose is, that only underlines the total dependency on these people and the uncertainty what would happen. It could happen that half or all of them end up the same way. There was no accusation. There was no way to respond or to protest. A protest would only had led to brutal beatings. So he went and notified my mother, and I don't know how she reacted. We never talked about it. I wanted to spare her the memories of what it meant. She did not have the detailed knowledge I had about what could happen. So maybe it wasn't as bad.
Did you see any of these Gestapo men show any signs of decency, or they couldn't, as though they couldn't get behind the brutality?
Well, yes. I think there were some who didn't immediately vented their brutality or their brutality in beating somebody just because he was helpless. This is an instinct, and people are free to do that. The thing we are seeing right now here is basically the same thing. This is in men as well as in women, and if there are opportunity, but children, mishandled children in our society. A friend of mine from way back in Berkeley is a pediatrician at County Hospital, and he made this his life's work. Children who are mishandled, and they recognize that very much. He traveled all over, and this is a common phenomenon. Girls raped by their father. What can they say? Nothing they can say, because it would only get worse punishment. And besides, if this is a common thing for any woman, if the man who rapes denies it, well, it's testimony against testimony. No witnesses. So that is, it was new for me. I was 20 years old, and I only knew from other cases, which were reported and not really collected. I don't know if they kept track of them. They probably did. But this fear that was engendered in us determined very much of our life later on, determined for the people who went to Israel the absolute necessity. If we do not defend ourselves now, we end up in the water or dead anyway. This force of fighting for your life under any circumstances, and this started then. The second generation or the third generation does not have it as much as was. I knew this, but it was brought home to me very concretely this last weekend when a couple with their two children came and we talked about it. Well, they were born in a kibbutz. Children were born in a kibbutz, but the parents left the kibbutz. And he wants to come now and leave Israel because he feels that he doesn't want to expose his son, who is 13 years old, to the wars and struggles he had to go through in the Israeli army. True. You can't say, no, you have to defend the country. The only refuge Jews have. And
Is this the cousin you're speaking of?
Yeah. Well, a couple of times removed, but that's the cousin I'm speaking of. Because I raised the question, particularly since he was in a kibbutz, his wife was in a kibbutz, and the children were both born in a kibbutz. And I visited the kibbutz where I would have landed had I gone to Israel. I visited twice. And it's a good, they did very well. I ate in the dining hall with them and so on, and met a number of people whom I had known before that age. That was 1975 when I went there for the first time. So that was 40 years after, 35 to 75, after I left the movement. But many of them stuck together and did something in spite of the hardship. First of all, that was before the state was declared, and they were harassed by the English authorities because it was a mandate, a British mandate. They were often searched for hidden weapons. they had them hidden, of course. Every kibbutz had, and 4 years or so they lived in tents before they could, after leaving Germany, before they could before they could start building homes that were immune, at least as much as possible, to attacks from beyond the border. So it was a rough life, and I can understand that the second generation would like to get out of it, because they were not forced by the necessity to leave, because to stay behind meant very likely death. So since Israel was open through the Youth Aliyah and the Jewish organizations, that was the only way out. And one could go, well, this is also, with a whole a boat full of Jewish refugees going to Cuba. The Cuban consul in Germany or in various cities has given, I think it was one city, Berlin, has given visas for some money and to go to Cuba. And when they got to Cuba, they were denied admission. Roosevelt was in the White House, but again, he couldn't do anything. It was before the war. He would have enraged the German Bund if he did it. So the boat went back. No other port could be found, no other country could be found that would take those desperate people. So they went back, and many jumped into the water before they landed in Hamburg, or the port from which they sailed. So these are all events that were known. The only country that really could take somebody who were Jews was Israel, and the British tried to intercept the boats on which they came. That is also described graphically in the book on Wilfred Israel, who tried to organize such organizations, help organize such shipments or such boatfuls. Some of them were taken to Cyprus. So it was I lived through all this period before the war, and then sort of as much as I could learn when I was in this country, but very little came through here, because I was already in a state of war, at least between Germany and the other European countries.
Well, how did you feel about going to Israel?
At the time, I thought it was the last refuge, and it was, I still had it in mind when I left the Zionist organization, though it would have been very much more difficult. I actually, at that moment, I felt there was a danger I should keep something open, but then I had first a job, a paying job in Frankfurt, and I got the possibility of working as assistant to this professor of mathematics in Bonn, and I felt fairly good about the opportunity of going, not necessarily to the United States, but there were other countries also that offered, or whose universities offered to take in some persons, students or academicians recommended by this man. The man was internationally well known, and so that made it easier to place people, to take up the connections, and so when I got there, I was much more hopeful, and that besides the situation had not come to a point like after the Kristallnacht. It was there was clearly that all Jews were outlaws, essentially. That no businesses anymore, no big companies could employ Jews, and from then on it was for the Jews a state of desperation.
And in 1939, from your point of view, where would you have chosen to go had it not been the United States? Where did it look safe to go?
United States looked safe. South America looked safe. A cousin of mine went first to Spain. He worked in a bank as an apprentice. He went first to Spain and then to Argentina. Same age I was, and he died a year ago. He lived in Buenos Aires. I think he was well-to-do. We met a couple of times. We corresponded regularly. But they lived in a ghetto. I mean, not a geographical ghetto, but their social contacts were with other Jews. And a cousin of mine who liked being not on top of things, but showing off is not the right word, but he liked to be recognized whenever he made a trip with his wife, be it Hawaii or Indonesia or whatever. He brought back slides and he lectured or showed the slides with lectures to the group. But it was a group which entertained itself, which was in a way confined, quite unlike here. But at the time we didn't know it would have been a way out. One of my uncles with his two daughters went to Bogota. And I mentioned before, one of his daughters is still alive, and we met a couple of times, and in Europe the first time, a second time here, and well, they have a hard time too. It's a Catholic country, and Jews are still not integrated. They are tolerated, but not integrated. As in all, I think that's true for all Catholic countries, strongly Catholic countries, not mixed. You have the problem even in France. Antisemitism is on the rise, or at least it shows its head. So Hitler didn't invent anti-Semitism, it was there before him, and it stays long after him. Well, I remember that when I was still in school, I may not even be in high school, when some young kid said, well, you Jews, you put Christ on the cross. It was you, or your people, who crucified him. What did I know about it? I only know what the inscription is on the cross. And that says he's the king of the Jews. INRI, Jesus Nazareth, Rex Judaeum. That may have been the origin. Eventually it had developed into a religion a few hundred years after that. I think the apostles kept alive the memory, and a religion developed from it. And everybody who did not follow it is an enemy. Anybody who did not believe in it is, and the Jews did not, the rise of anti-Semitism, in a way. I don't know, but I would say it goes back to that time. That is the same thing. If you are not for me, you are against me, and that is a thing that has not died. That's still today. If you're not for the war, you're for immediately for going to war, then you are not patriotic. Let's cut that out. But it is, I mean, any dictator operates that way. That we, as a democratic society, in a way, operate that way too. It's one side or the other, nothing in between. The right to free speech is limited by what the majority thinks of some part. Unfortunately.
Did your mother consider leaving, and at what point did she see?
No, she did not. There was not really any possibility. There was no possibility for leaving. We had no relatives abroad. The relative that went, an uncle of mine went to Holland and with his wife and was caught there. Another one lived underground in Berlin with his son. His wife had died. And he met his son every day or every other day at midnight. So there were Germans who, at the risk of being killed or sent to a concentration camp, took in Jewish people whom they knew. They only committed the mistake that when the war went bad and the Germans were in retreat, that they met during daytime and were recognized and then caught and sent to a concentration camp.
At what point in time did Jews go into hiding in Germany?
he went into that, and I don't know exactly, but when they picked up the Jews and told them you have to be at a certain point with a little, as much as you can carry in one hand, and you will be sent to some safe place or so that it can be bombed. There was this type of an excuse. And he did not show up as a son and went away and lived underground, so to speak. I mean, lived with other people. He had no income or anything like that. He had no savings. I don't know how he managed, but he did. Must have done so with the help of non-Jews. I know that also is the case for a cousin of my cousin. That is on his father's side. He's my cousin on my mother's side. But who also lived through the whole period until the end of the war, and has been going back every year, every other year, to visit the many people who shielded him, gave him help, and passed him on to others. They never stayed too long, not only in one place, in one town. So there were a number of people who participated in that. In France, there was a whole village that did that. Yeah. What was your question?
Was this occurrence common?
That I don't know. I should say that much. Maybe not common, but the belief in Hitler as being the Führer and the Nazis as being the beginning of the 1,000-year Germany was not shared by many. And in fact, I would venture to say, particularly if I listened to my wife, that perhaps half of them did not believe, but they couldn't say anything. It was custom that children were supposed to repeat what went on at home, what was talked about at dinner table, what was talked about at otherwise. Did they listen to any radio broadcast, and which one? And so children, being totally innocent and not knowing what it would lead to, talked about it. And the result was that many parents lost their jobs or were deported. But about the percentage, the distribution of it, and no, I can't say. What one can easily say, you can't just say because somebody is German, he was a Nazi. Assuming that half of them were not, it would be unfair. And the examples that are known of shielding Jews, shielding Catholics, was pretty widespread, and there are enough people who know, if not of themselves having been helped like that, not knowing of others who were helped like that through these war years.
Werner, how did you find out about, you had mentioned that your mother was on a specific transport. Do you know what transport? When she left?
No, I don't know. And I have an aunt or cousin of my mother's who went to Israel. And she kept actually much more contact with that. She was the one who notified me that my mother ended up in Treblinka. She immediately, after the war, contacted the Red Cross. I've written off the chapter and knew from what I read generally that it is very difficult. I did perhaps one thing I shouldn't have done. The Jews who came to this country quite early established a newspaper in New York, the Aufbau. And I read a few copies of it, a few issues of it. I never subscribed to it. And somehow, after I was here, I felt now I should assimilate here, and everything back that happened there would only slow me down. Not slow me down in a way, would be emotionally too trying. I had a girlfriend there, a physician, who had a chance of going to England with the Salvation Army. She did not go because she did not want to leave her parents, particularly her mother, alone. So they both went into concentration camps. The mother died. She, as a physician, survived. And later corresponded with me, wrote me, and I was practically very happy, offered her any help she wanted. And she turned it down. Now she wants to establish herself again in Germany. Well, I had a mixed feeling about it, because there had much happened in between. But what would it do if I'm face to face with somebody who went through a concentration camp, whose last job was to go to the railroad cars and look over the skeletons and see who is still, or the corpses, who is still breathing? When she described that to me, and well, it's difficult to say my reaction. If she had come here, that would have depressed me tremendously. So she decided not to come anyway in spite of my having asked, can I help you? And I would. I helped other people, not that I personally could guarantee anything, but I had made acquaintances, friends in the fraternity, at my workplace as a pharmacist, who were people, the parents of the young friends or the owner of the pharmacy, readily agreed to give a statement that such and such person, a relative of mine, or not a relative of mine, whom I want to bring into this country, will not become a public, what's the word? Will not become a liability to the social system, and require help, and help that has to come from federal or state funds. So-called affidavit that was needed. So a number of people I offered, and then I was a relative in all the cases, distant relative perhaps, but I was related and had a reason to bring them over here, and indeed. One sister of my mother's, who was in Theresienstadt, and her husband came over here, lived in Los Angeles, and their son is with good contact.
So do you choose not to talk to them about their life in the camp? Have you sat down and talked to them?
No. My cousin and his brother were picked up together in Berlin. And they had a relatively good, and both were used for work around there, not beaten or anything like that, but then they were separated, and his younger brother, who had just got married before he was picked up, was never heard from again. The older one survived and wrote me from Deggendorf, that is a displaced person camp, and I got him here. And his parents were there too. In fact, they also were in Theresienstadt. In Theresienstadt, every once in a while, there were transport, and the Nazis said over the guards, and they said, a transport will go to Switzerland. Theresienstadt was like Potemkin's villages. I don't know if you know the term, that were villages in Russia, or village, which were shown to visitors so they get a good impression of what the Russians are doing. They all had enough to eat, they all had good places to live, decent places to live. So it was apparently some of the ministers, Potemkin, who did this. So Theresienstadt was for the Red Cross and for all the agencies outside of Germany who were concerned about the fate of the Jews, about the fate of the Catholics, particularly the monks and the nuns. They were shown Theresienstadt. Good place. Everybody there, and every once in a while, as I said, they announced that a transport would go to Switzerland. But these people had arranged, if you go to Switzerland, you can ride us through the Red Cross, and I think only one transport did really go to Switzerland. So after a couple of years, my aunt and uncle decided, let's end off this, we go. And lo and behold, they did end up in Switzerland. And later then in Deggendorf in the displaced person camp, where they met their one son again, and I got all three of them over here. So that was a good ending, but when it threw them, no, we never talked about it. Not very much, because it is wrenching. It's very traumatic, and in a way, okay, it's over. And I'm doing this here simply that I will be a record for my sons. I don't like to talk about it.
Have you talked to them about your?
Well, they know about it, not extensive talk about it. I think there is no receptor organ, use a biological term, for this type of thing. They are half Jewish, but even if they're full Jewish, the receptor organ is just not there. If you talk to Americans about it, no matter how sympathetic they are, this is not something they can, they can sympathize with it, but they cannot feel anything like that, not even vicariously. I don't. It's just they ask questions, listen politely, but it doesn't sink in. I don't know if that's an unfair statement to generalize, but it's probably just as difficult as to try for any of us to visualize or feel like the people who, as victim of brutality, are shown on TV. I think we take it in, are aghast about this, but can leave after the TV is turned off and eat ice cream or read the paper or something like that. It does not have any lasting impression, and having gone through the experience has a lasting impression. But to use my case, I don't like to talk about it because it's emotional upsetting. And then who should know and talk about it? I mean, why should I talk about it to somebody who hasn't gone through it or is close to it? And if that's the case, I don't have to talk about it. We don't have to compare notes.
Have your sons done any reading on the Holocaust?
Have they what? Yeah.
Have they done any reading?
No, no, I don't think so. If they did without my knowing it. I know that my older son asked me that to save for him the picture of I have of my mother enlarged, which I took the last year I was there, and after I'm dead, so he can have that. But no, not really. And that's incidentally the reason I bought these books, particularly the last one on the Holocaust. It's a big book. I'm sure they will not read it, but they can look up some of the things. The one on Wilfred Israel I bought because I knew the man, and there's a good description. It was published in England, and I don't know if it's available here even. I ordered it from England. It describes quite well the group of people, the circle of people.
This is the first book that you...
The smaller one, the one that was shown here.
Why don't you show us the other book that...
No, the other one is just a comprehensive history of the Holocaust, not just in Germany. Oh yeah, that's the reason I bought it. I also looked up are there any people mentioned in there, any events mentioned in there with which I'm familiar, and there are, but not to the same extent as in the book on Wilfred Israel, because that woman went to the kibbutz, Azorea, were the majority of the people, but in fact that was the station for which they're prepared, the kibbutz for which they're prepared, which they erected eventually. Wilfred Israel wanted to be buried there too, and all his collection of East Asian art, he was after all a wealthy man, is housed there. So these events are stated there, the associations he had, and the people who are described and what they were doing, with whom he was associated in the youth movement. He was a little bit older, and he was not the type who would fit into a youth movement, into a youth group like that, but he had enough contact, and he wanted to go to that kibbutz. But at any rate, there are people and events illustrated and described with which I am familiar, with which I was maybe associated peripherally or I know about. So that was of much more interest. I read all the parts in this bigger book, just the Holocaust, and knowing very much. Yeah, he took difficulty getting it. Now a little bit. I called up the two largest bookstores. No, they haven't. They could get it now. And somebody recommended the Green Apple bookstore here on the street, Clement Street. And they had it. I'd never heard of the Green Apple bookstore, but they had it, and they had it in the collection on Judaica. They had 2 volumes, and I took one. Maybe the other one is still there. It is a comprehensive description of the Holocaust in all of Europe, country by country. And since the woman is from Germany, but speaks several languages, so she does a very exhaustive job. She's a history professor, or was a history professor, now emeritus.
Werner, how do you think this was able to happen in Germany, this
You mean the rise of Nazis, the Holocaust?
the beginning of the Holocaust, the use of the Holocaust?
Well, the woman here in the Holocaust gives a very nice introduction, which I read a week ago and then again glanced through it just yesterday or day before yesterday, anticipating such a question. One has to understand the whole development of Nazism from the time of the First World War, in which Germany was defeated in a treaty, and a treaty was signed, had to be signed, which was fair or unfair to Germany, I don't know, but Germans felt it was very unfair. They couldn't really come up afterwards, but other countries had similar difficulties. There was no Marshall Plan or anything like that. The Germans had to fend for themselves. A whole generation of men, if not killed or wounded, was affected. Somehow it always reminds me of the Vietnamese War. Then came the Depression, which hit the Germans very hard, all the industrialized countries. And Hitler came to the Nazi Party was the answer to some extent to the yearnings of Germans for better relations, for work. There was no comprehensive social net. They did have some social organizations. They had health care. They were ahead of other countries. I remember that after the war there was a beverage plan from the cradle to the grave in England. The Germans had this already. This was actually a result of the chancellor who put Germany together, Bismarck, after the Franco-American War in 1871. But there was a complete collapse of the industry, not just because of in Germany, it was worldwide, at least the industrialized world. We had the tremendous depression here. Roosevelt was elected and he pushed through a program, but the Germans had nothing like that. They had one Jewish minister there in the 20s who was murdered. So there were two fractions which actually opposed each other. There were the nationalists and there were the communists. These were the two extremes. Each had its groups of aggressive youngsters who supported or who fought each other with all weapons possible. The communists had theirs, the Nazis or the right-wingers had theirs, so they crystallized out the Nazi Party, and the communists were one object of their hatred and their fighting. The Jews were the other, because after the communists were eliminated, there are still the Jews who did occupy an important position in the media, in the businesses, banking, industry, and you name it. There were always some prominent Jews. You have it here. That there are some prominent Jews. Hollywood is a creation of Jewish, not all of them, but it is traced back to it, some Jewish merchants in New York, immigrants or children of immigrants who went western with ideas and intelligence and industry, created something which later developed into Hollywood. Just think of all the names. Well, it can't be held against them, but in Germany it was held against them. The fabrication of the wise men of Zion was printed and distributed all over, so there was generated a hatred of the Jews as being the people who pull the strings all over, not just in Germany, but all over. It's a worldwide conspiracy. Well, it was easy to direct the discontent of the people in that direction. I might say parenthetically that it isn't pronounced here because there are other groups, or one other group, that is more contrasted to the main body of American society than the Jews. So that is not as pronounced, but there's antisemitism here. And not just a little bit and hidden, it is quite open. How it, well, it was convenient. It was something you could see, Jewish names, and you could name the people in industry, in the media, in politics, who presumably were all members of this conspiracy. Not proven, but you don't have to prove anything in order to make people believe it. Particularly people who are hungry and have no jobs and no particular future. And yet they have children for whom they want something better than they suffered themselves, or they went through themselves. So that was it, and the Jews were convenient. They could not defend themselves. They had organizations. They even had organizations or people who thought, well, Hitler's not doing such a bad thing. Because the Jews came from the East. Through Germany, there were pogroms. And the only way to escape is leave the country. What the Russian Jews are doing now, going to Israel. Where could they go? They could go, first of all, to Germany, to France, perhaps to the United States, because no visa was required at that time. Just board a boat and come and get to Ellis Island. Many of them got stuck in Germany, or not got stuck. They thought, well, why shouldn't we try here? I'll go all the way to America. We speak the language, Yiddish and German is not that much difference. And they stayed. Well, there were actually not that many Jews. In Germany, 1% of the total population was Jewish. How that 1% could produce enough people that could direct the whole country in the wrong direction, of course, as pure nonsense. But people believed it. They didn't get the figures. There were the Jews here, the Jews there. And it was an easily identifiable aim, an easy slogan. This Deutschland erwache, Juda verrecke, wake up Germany, and death to the Jews. Sprayed all over or painted all over. There was no defense. Oh, individually one could defend, and there were organizations that defended them and went to the government. But if something is among the people and spreads, well, yeah, of course, he's a Jew. What do you expect? And since there is really not any good future ahead, people believe that, and so that gave rise to the rise of the Nazi Party. Together with a collapse of the German government. The man in charge, the president, was an old general who was a tottering guy. Hindenburg was a war hero. War heroes have a big future. If they're heroes, I think they current hero said, no, it's not the hero who orders people into fight, it's the people who do fight, and not the generals, and by implication the president, I think. Cut that out. I don't want to do politics. The government collapsed, and there were always new elections, and each time an election was held, the Nazis got more votes, the communists got more votes. So it was a polarization among the voters, one hoping that the example of Russia shows the way, and the other saying we have to have more discipline, we know the answer how we want to do it, and eventually the president gave Hitler the mandate to form a government. And he was 2 months, I think, in power when the Reichstag burned down. They engineered that very well, and the Jews weren't blamed, but they got some half-wit, Dutch half-wit, whom they blamed. But the consequence was that dictatorship was established. Freedom of the press was abolished. Freedom of assembly was abolished. So the groundwork for democracy was laid. What we say is the truth and nothing but the truth. Anybody who opposes us is an enemy of the people, is a traitor, is not a German. Well, the Jews couldn't help but oppose it, or not being happy with it, unsatisfied with it, so they became practically equivalent of traitors. Not named as such, but that's how the antisemitism, or the fight against the Jews, a permanent solution, developed not just in Germany, all over Europe. 6 million, no, I mean, all have been Jews, but 90% of them. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Do you feel that it can happen again, the Holocaust?
How it happened? That was the final solution. Round them all up and get rid of them. You can't keep them as prisoners forever. There's nobody to defend them, and unfortunately there was nobody, no big force to defend them. I mentioned Roosevelt before, who was handicapped doing something. Would have been simple for British and American bombers to unload the bombs or bomb the railroad cars and the railroad tracks and then land in Russia, but I don't think Stalin would have given his, probably not given his okay, because he was himself somehow an anti-Semite, as many Russians are. Again, it is you are somebody else than I am. I don't understand your thinking, I don't understand your ways. So if you're not for me, and you can't be for me because I am Russian Orthodox Christian or something like that, then you must be against me. Even if you do not confess to that you are, it's an incompatibility. So there was nobody really come to the help of the Jews, or annoy the Germans, the Nazis. There in 1975. I called them up before because in Berlin they said every person born in Berlin and reared in Berlin could come for 1 week as guest of the city of Berlin. Well, the people who were in concentration camp had first choice. I was not, but I called them from Stockholm. I stayed with my cousin. And they said, sure, come. We'll accommodate you in a hotel and like any guest. I would pay my own way, but in Berlin I appreciate that. So I did go there, And then I requested, I didn't talk with one representative of the city, particularly for that occasion. I requested if I could interview or could be put together with a family that came back, but it was of equal education, age, and so on as I am. I talked to two women. One had come back from Israel with her husband, just like the old environment better, could not really establish themselves in Israel, and it is very, very difficult to do so, was at any time. The other came from Argentina because their daughter was very unhappy that at home they spoke German, at school they spoke Spanish, and she had no real friends because, again, this ghetto psychology or ghetto atmosphere, not geographical, but socially, affected her. She had no real friends. In Germany, she could speak it, and okay. So they came back. And I talked to them at great length. And the same question. Well, the number come back, those that come back are mostly elderly people who really could not incorporate themselves or assimilate themselves into American society. Actually, it should have been easy. It was talked of the melting point. It may not be anymore, but at that time it was still the melting point. Many Jews lived in New York, in Boston, on the East Coast, and it was possible to get good contact, but it still was not the same. So many of these came back elderly people, and they had a Jewish community again. They refurbished one of the destroyed synagogues, and that the number of Jews in Germany is, I think, 1/10 of what it was before. I traveled a little bit by train, and which for a person my age was very inexpensive. The senior citizen discount or something like that. So, and I traveled first class, and I met during these travels some people in first class. There aren't very many people. Sometimes I was alone in my compartment. But it happened 2 or 3 times. I talked to people. We talked about common things, about the past and so on. And in my mind, I thought, well, you're old enough, or you could have been in the camps. What did you do? Maybe you are the one who turned the switch to kill my mother. Nobody talked about that. But they talked all about the miracle, economic miracle, which was made possible by the Marshall Plan. And they all sunned themselves in it. But of course it would be the German industrial zest which made all this possible, so they're very proud of that. They also explained some things to me, why it's so inexpensive, particularly to live in East Germany. The state pays for everything. There are no taxes. There are also no profit for individual companies, or this all goes to the state. Or maybe there are taxes, I'm not so sure. But if it's all minimal, they bragged about how inexpensive the apartments were, but I had seen already what inexpensive leads to complete decay of apartment houses, of factories, which cannot be competitive, and this is a problem they have now. But at that time, we were still competitive to some countries in the Eastern Bloc, Romania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, or some countries in Africa. Labor was cheap, and therefore the product could be sold competitively with a product made somewhere else. But the contact I have every time, or the thought that occurs to me every time when I see people, I strip them of their civilian clothes and see them in uniform, and see them as killers of the Jews. Nobody would admit that they were Nazis. when I asked the question, oh no, either they had to, or the Hitler Youth, about they had to, the children had to belong to it. They were disadvantaged otherwise. The same thing happened in East Germany after it was established. If you didn't belong to the ruling party, you couldn't get the jobs you wanted. Same thing, any dictatorship. If you
How
aren't,
did they treat you as a Jew?
oh, I said I'm Jewish. Oh, yeah, well, they sympathized with me. That wasn't fair and so on. Nobody said, well, you deserve what you got. They didn't know anything about the concentration camps. Of course, the Germans or the Nazis didn't spread the news. They wanted to have it hidden. And when I asked, well, no, they didn't know about it. And actually, this is true. If the news traveled, they traveled underground or by word of mouth. There was no way to confirm it. And project like that does confirm it, but there are the media, at least a very small segment of the media in Germany as well as here, denies that it ever happened. That it's a fabrication of the Jews to get sympathy and money, and it never happened. And if they talk to me, of course it didn't happen. I'm alive, am I not? I have no scars. I have no number etched on my forearm or something like that. So what I'm talking about? It's, well, it's a latent antisemitism, which shows itself. But it makes it also impossible for me, or very unpleasant, uncomfortable, to be in Germany. I have distant relatives as related to me as this second cousin is in Tel Aviv. I could stay with them, and they are half Jewish. Sympathize, of course, with Jews. Their father was suffered very much. He was allowed to stay in Berlin because his wife was non-Jewish, and the non-Jewish women demonstrated, and so they got jobs in factories there, but without any protection. So this man worked in a factory where he ruined his eyes and eventually died of brain damage through his eyes ruined. Now, the presence of people, even if they are mixed, I mean, there are many Turks, many Indians, many Pakistanis who work in Germany. Those of German origin always evoke in me a suspicion. Well, maybe not. It's probably not justified, but I can't rid myself of it. I know that everybody who had a uniform burned it after the war ended. And they had to stay, they could retain their position in the government, because a huge government cannot operate if you let everybody go and say, well, you were a Nazi or a sympathizer, and we have to take new people. You can't get that. The problem right now also in East Germany, the government fled, everybody lost his job, but there are 50 million people who have to be governed somehow, and the West Germans can't do it, are not doing it. So that was a situation in all of Germany, and many Nazis stayed in the position they had before. Of course, they were not Nazis. Nobody could prove the membership cards or lists were destroyed. Besides, they needed them. And no country can be run without the infrastructure, without the bureaucratic infrastructure. So the people who were trained were quite certainly Nazis. They couldn't keep a position unless they were. But they were needed to. I'm reminded again, it goes into politics, of the strange situation our administration is right now with regard to Iraq. They don't want the dismemberment of Iraq. On the other hand, the only one who could possibly keep the country together is Saddam Hussein. So I have no opinion about it. I only see the dilemma. And if they had known history a little bit better or had consultants to do that, they wouldn't have gotten into this trap. But they know. So it's, you see, it repeats itself over and over again.
You had mentioned that both your first wife and your second wife were Gentiles?
The first wife was gentle, the second one, in fact, I was briefly married in between. They were all Gentiles. I think the first one I met at the School of Pharmacy. It was, well, it was a natural thing. I did not I had some Jewish contacts, but nothing that would lead to that. In fact, quite a few Jewish contacts. But there was nothing that led to any particular friendship that might lead to marriage. Besides, I was very busy. I studied for a PhD. I had experiments going. I was a teaching assistant, and I worked part-time in a pharmacy. So there didn't remain much time. And so meeting a woman whom I liked, who's Finnish origin, her parents came from Finland. She was born here, led to a friendship which eventually led to marriage, and then broke apart 20 years later. In the second, that was I met at a party given by a friend of mine who were Jewish, and she had a broken marriage behind her. Didn't last very long, and then I was alone, and I liked it that way until I met the present one in Switzerland. She visited a cousin of mine, and I visited there too, and we rode back on the same train to Basel, and eventually wrote to each other, and I invited her over here. I saw her first in Germany, then I invited her over here, and so in '84 she came here to assist me in recuperation after a planned open heart surgery, which was postponed. And we went back to Germany, where her family is, and then in '85 she came over here with what belongs. She wanted to take along. She had actually a very nice apartment. And so, and since '86, we haven't gone back to Germany or any traveling, because I had a pretty bad time. Endocarditis, open heart surgery, colon tumor, all within less than a year. And the endocarditis was not discovered until I collapsed. So it's 6 months of it. I traveled already in Europe and felt I'm not the same person. Something must bug me, but neither the cardiologist nor the internist found it. So that's the story. Well, life has been restricted since then because I don't have the energy which I used to have, in spite of a cardiac valve prolapse. I was repaired in the open heart surgery, but before that I was fine until I came down with endocarditis. So that's the 3 wives. How many did Henry VIII have?
I think he had 8.
Still have a way to go.
And what role does Judaism play in your life now?
Probably more than it did before. There's a strong association with Israel. People I know have known, most of them my age, succumbed to a relatively hard life there. And not very much symbolically. Let's say the Shabbat lights on Friday evenings. I usually am invited to a Seder. But really not very much. I think it is the historical heritage. The fact that I was born a Jew, that the Jews suffered, that I was close to the same fate millions of others were, makes it union of fate, of history. After all, if Hitler hadn't come, my children would have been assimilated there in Jewish or non-Jewish in Germany. They will be here too. It hurt me in a way that when my older son was 13, that there was no bar mitzvah. But since I myself was, I was bar mitzvah, but since I had no real connection with any Jewish group, I knew a lot of them, and I was invited for the high holidays just about every year, but I didn't have enough initiative or enough desire to do that. But as a part of my, say, cultural heritage, there may be three factors. One, of course, is the upbringing in Germany. Its cultural background, its history, its cultural, both all literature, music, art. That was very heavily emphasized during school and in the environment. And it's not the current or 20th century Germany. It is a whole German language thing. The other one is Israel, simply because of the association, and that was close to me. And this is the only refuge for Jews anywhere where they really could or think they could feel secure, and that's why it is of such paramount importance. And the third is the United States, which is very difficult to grab as far to circumscribe as far as culture is concerned. It's mixed. It's no longer the melting pot, and even if I go back to its origins, its immigrants, its repression of the Native Americans, and as it's pointed out now, I think California may have fewer American-born Americans, that's for simplicity reason called them WAPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, than other racial groups. So we can't speak of a melting pot anymore. There's a distinctly developing groups who try to maintain their all background, at least over a few generations. We don't know how long. There's some problem with even the uniformity of the English language. There's a group that calls itself US English, which is strongly opposed by Hispanics. And you can argue about it. Why shouldn't they speak their own language and have their Spanish taught in school if they're the majority? It reminds me of a situation that I became aware of in Germany. There are so many Turks that were in the district in which they live. The language of instruction is German. The language during intermission is Turkish. So that means the native Germans are actually pushed to the side. So these kids learn what it is to be a Jew in such a roundabout way. But that is probably the establishment of Israel. The very fact that it was the first recognition of the state came from the White House here. Somehow, vicariously, I should say, bring back the ties which I had in the youth movement, which I have to some extent retained. So when people came from Israel to visit me or visit San Francisco, I got in touch with them as long as they knew I was here, and vice versa too. When I went back, traveled, it was something I looked for. And as I was in Israel twice, not very often, but it's to visit relatives, friends, visit the kibbutz. But if you ask me would I want to live there, I would say no, because I'm well established here, had been well established, I'm now retired. And the opportunities I had here would not have been materialized in Israel. I mean, the very fact which one reads in the paper, many of the Jews of Russia who immigrate to Israel now are professionals with great skills. There's no job for them, no opportunity to continue work in their chosen field or in the field in which they can contribute a great deal more than as laborer. So that is, these are the three factors, I think, which shape my, what you call it, foundation, or beliefs, or whatever.
To
Yeah, Werner, could you go back to how your life changed after Crystal Night? You were in Bonn at that
I
time?
wasn't Bonn, not really very much, because Bonn was not like Berlin, where they really did it systematically. They did it to some extent systematically, but not all over the town. So I only found out the next day. There was some rumor, because the man in whose apartment I lived, retired, a professor emeritus, had left his house because of some warning that was given. So the stormtroopers came up, looked for him, he wasn't there. They didn't come to my mother's home because they knew there was only a woman living there. But her oldest brother had some inkling too, or some secret information. So he and his wife went to my mother's apartment, and sure enough, the Nazis went to his home, where he had some machinery for ready-made clothing, and he wasn't there. He was at my mother's house, and nobody thought to go there because there was a single woman they weren't after. So it changed in as much as it accelerated the need to get out. But the process was already going, and I kept after it for a little while, and eventually it materialized. It wasn't without obstacles. I had already obtained my visa. Was back in Bonn when I got a wire from the United Consulate. Come back immediately. So I had a visa in my hand, I had, or in the passport. And the question was, what would they do? Did they take it away from me again? Or shall I simply just go across the border and pretend I haven't received the message? It was a pretty rough decision, or situation. Eventually I did go back because I figured if there's something wrong with the passport, they catch it either at the border or somewhere when I come to this country. So I went back, full of trepidation, of course, and but there was different numbers on the visa and in the passport, or something like that. So it was just a question of mixing up or correcting a number. Naturally, I was terribly relieved, but the agony before, which way to go? Here's a chance, I have the paper in my hand, I get across the border. Maybe not into America, but all right, I had letters of recommendation already from people at the Representative Union of Jews in Germany. I had to do deliver a message and do some talking to the people in England. And it worked out all right. But what went on before, and this is the sort of a situation to which a lot of people probably are exposed, who have alternatives or a choice to make and really don't know, because there's no crystal ball that will tell you this is a better decision than that. It's a gamble. And to live with a gamble like that, to live with uncertainty, it's not a life I could recommend. But essentially, when we look at what it is, and we look even at current events in this country, certainty and security is not something we can build on. We have to live probably prepared to face uncertainty, and can't say, well, we have a job now, we'll get it back when we take a leave of absence to serve in the Armed Forces, Reserve, or National Guard. This is just an example, and that happens now. If it happens here, it happens in every part of the world. What about the third world? We read about the hunger there. Ethiopia, it's continuous for decades. We hear about the hunger here. Yesterday on McNeil Era show, 1 out of 8 children goes to bed hungry. Richest country in the world. Maybe not, maybe Germany. No, Germany is not, maybe Japan, but here it shouldn't happen. So there are, I don't know if it helps if I talk about it. It has really nothing to do with my story. Does that answer your question?
Do you remember, was your mother supportive? Did she know of your move to the United States?
Oh, yeah. Oh, she knew. She supported me, and she couldn't send any money. I had $10 when I left. That was all I could take along. No, the last time I talked to her was when I was in London. It was my birthday. And I talked to her, and then I went by boat from England to New York, and then it was only correspondence. The ease with which we can talk on the phone today did not exist then. I mentioned that I had visitors from Israel there after they flew out of San Francisco. I called the man's father in Tel Aviv or Rehovot and told him everything is fine. And I mentioned before that my cousin from Sweden, from Stockholm, told me or called me to congratulate me on the success of the American Air Force. It's very easy. It sounds like somebody calls from next door or from in town. It is amplified in an incredibly good way. My wife talks once a week to her daughter in Germany, who was here a couple of times, but this is an easy way to keep up and keep contact, short of a personal visit. But in the same way you could say that we are influenced largely not by what we read, but by what we see. And the shorter the information, the better. Get it in a nutshell, photo opportunity. If you condense it to that, then it's good. If you hold long talks about it, long discussions, it's too much material. We are not prepared to absorb it and digest it. That's again commentary of an old man and a elderly man, or whatever you want to call it, after a relatively long life.
So you were able to receive letters from your mother?
Yeah, I was.
And
No,
then they just
up to the war. Then I got a few. Up to the war that Hitler marched into Poland. Before that, the United States was not at war. And so letters came through, but they were already
Oh, you mean 1941?
1941 when Hitler marched into Poland. But before that, we were not at war. It was after Pearl Harbor that Hitler declared war on the United States. Probably he regretted that anyway. He did, and then all correspondence ceased, even Red Cross. Previously, there were first regular letters, one page each time, single spaced from border to border. And I wrote back, but there wasn't very much. I mean, I described life here, she described what she was doing and what the relatives were doing. It was not well, it kept me abreast, but it did not, it was not the thing I could not understand. I couldn't talk to her. And I don't think even she had a telephone. My grandparents, when they were alive, had a telephone. She didn't have a telephone. I mean, we were, when we lived there. And I left the apartment in which I was born, and the last visit was to her. She even accompanied me on the train from Berlin to the River Elbe, and she left the train. So this is again something which is etched in my memory, and it underlines what people who leave have to go through when they leave their closest relatives behind.
Did you, just out of curiosity, speak Yiddish in your house?
No.
You didn't understand?
No, no Yiddish. I tried to read it. I knew the Hebrew alphabet, and in studying Hebrew, it helped me. Reading Yiddish, I could understand when it was spoken. In fact, there was once a Yiddish group in San Francisco, and spoke Yiddish. I got enough, I think, to understand it, but no, we did not speak it. And nor did I read it, because it is Hebrew. And not only Hebrew letters, goes from right to left. So it is, and to read German that way, or something that evolved from 16th century German or something like that, 17th century, is, well, if I could avoid it, I did.
Did you know families that did speak Yiddish? Was this common or
No,
uncommon?
no. I did not. No, I didn't. There were Yiddish newspapers, and they are here in San Francisco, or maybe one. But again, the information there is more easily obtained in English, or if I want, even in German, if a commentary on events going on, which with a viewpoint which I either get from German newspaper or English newspaper or English newspapers that are published in Europe. The New York Herald Tribune, which was once equivalent to the New York Times in circulation and in importance, ceased publishing, but it did not cease its European publication. In fact, I think it was the International Herald Tribune in which I read a book review about Wilfred Israel, and then having come back to this country to get it, and nobody had it, and it was ordered from England.
Do you ever watch in television or go to movies anything Hollywood has put out about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I have watched when they had the series. A few samples, not all. Again, being confronted with that was something I was emotional to upsetting, and I did not. I saw a few scenes, and I was I had been not suffering too much, but some, and I figured, no, I know it. So and I mentioned about this book about the Holocaust. I bought it partly out of curiosity, what it said about Germany, but mainly as a source, like a dictionary, like the Encyclopedia Britannica, that if one of my sons or both of them want to get information about me, about my life, and about the tribulations and so on, some of it is in there. In fact, both of them have asked me to either tape the story of my life or write it, and I've always postponed it. I may have to do it. I'm at an age where if I don't do it now, it may not ever be done.
Well, you can certainly give them a copy of this tape.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I don't have a video receiver, but I can... Yeah, so... the next one would help very much, and the younger one has one, he can have it, and the older one, probably being an electronic engineer, may have access to them, even to one even in the University of Colorado, where he is right now.
What do you hope for their response to be?
What?
What do you hope for their response to be to this tape?
I don't know. I mentioned that the older one noticed Bergen-Belsen and immediately connected. Wasn't that a concentration camp? And so he has, the older one in particular, the younger one also. I mean, they're now, they are half Jewish. And what I went through, to know what I went through is not really what I should call it. They have an inkling. And there may be a time in their life when they are settled somehow, when they are not trying to concentrate completely on making a living and necessary social contacts, they may find it helpful to read about it, to see this. But I don't know. To what extent do children of Hispanic parents find out what the situation is, let's say in El Salvador or so, in view of the fact that in the apartment house where I live, there are two people, men from El Salvador, doing janitorial work. They have their family here. They have more family in El Salvador, and there's Mexicans who come here legally or illegally send money back to their families. I don't know if their children know about the misery most of these people go through, past and present. Murders by the army for people who either oppose the regime or are considered enemies by some colonel in charge. They don't know that. I know that Chinese at the University of California in San Francisco try to demonstrate and collect money at the time of Tiananmen Square rebellion. But there were also many caught in this difficulty. If they wanted to come back, they had to come back right away. If they stay here any length of time, when they come back, they have to go to some brainwashing in a camp. Like many of the East Germans who went to the West before the wall fell, before the reunification, they were suspect. My wife tells me she had a little child, she couldn't take it anymore. She had a position an important position in East Germany with the health department first and then in an economic institute, and wrote reports about West Germany. But when she came to West Germany, she was suspect. Why did she come? She had a good position in the East. But for her own sake, and particularly the sake of the child, she went, and it was very difficult. Why did you leave? You could be a spy, and this is a common notion. A top man in one of the previous chancellor's office was a top spy. And Willy Brandt's office, when he was chancellor, that caused his fall. He was a spy. So they can be any place. And so they suspect anybody coming from the East, not just because living is better in West Germany, they may be planted. It's a crazy world. Any more questions?
We're rolling. We can continue anytime.
Okay. You have to continue.
I wanted you to go back again a little bit and talk about the friends that the Jewish and non-Jewish friends that you had before 1933, and then the impact on those friendships after.
All right, before 1933, in fact, during the whole stay in Germany, were mostly Jewish. I got into the Jewish youth movement upon suggestion of a neighbor of ours. Their son was a couple of years older. He was in there, and my mother thought that was a very good idea. She had really no time to transmit anything. It was also a good place for me to pick up friends and to have a solid group. The problem which we have today with young people did not exist. It was simply find some friends, find some group that are congenial, that happen to Jewish, pick up some Jewish things. So the friends were those in the group, and when that group joined with a larger organization, I went along, and there was a larger circle of people, and somehow I think that was limited to Jews, because I was already marked by some experience of antisemitism. One is that young kid said, "You people crucified Jesus," and the fact that there was a religious class separate from that of the others. There were good relations. I mean, I did not feel any outright anti-Semitism, hostility, but it was more comfortable. So I didn't make any efforts. They were enough to satisfy my hunger, and the organization really filled me up and led eventually to contacts and meeting of people who were really significant in the whole Jewish population, at least as far, but not just Berlin, after Hitler came to power.
I wondered too if you would talk a little bit about after you had been arrested and held by the Gestapo for that 2 weeks, what impact that made on your life? Did you?
Well, the impact of the incarceration, you might say, was first of all relief, and really there wasn't anything. That was ended right there. They gave me the briefcase back with all the material taken out. There was nothing incriminating in there. It actually had no long-lasting effect except the personal experience of meeting people who could give me an insight or a look into what went on behind the closed doors of the Gestapo, for people who were either reluctant to talk or resistant or whatever, and not conforming to what they had to do. No, it was already a culmination of what Jews had to go through and what was to come.
At what point did you begin thinking about leaving Germany and working towards?
When I went to Frankfurt, or before already, when I started the apprenticeship in a bakery, that was already in view of emigrating and doing something, learning something which I could continue in Israel for a job. I knew that the kibbutz couldn't be erected right away. It wasn't waiting for the group who wanted to go there, and the period they had, or they anticipated, was actually less than it was in actuality. It was 4 to 5 years before they had the chance to build their buildings. But at any rate, at that time, whether you lived in tents or not, income had to be produced. There was nobody who just said, here, we'll give you soup kitchens, or here's a soup kitchen and you help yourself. There was a roof over your head in the tent, but food had to be worked for. One had to have a job.
What year was that?
That was 33. 33, or yeah, it was 33 or beginning of 34. It terminated very quickly, I think after 3 months or so, because I got a hernia. And then came that project also that Beit Haluz should be established in Frankfurt, and I was asked if I want to supervise it. Either I was the oldest. There were two actually, two young men. I was one of them.
While we're on this subject, I have a burning desire to know if were there groups of Jews that resisted greater than others?
You mean the Nazis? Resisted the
No,
Nazis?
Resisted the thought of leaving.
Well, resisted thought of leaving, no, there were some who were slower in preparing for that. That is true. But there were actually groups, I won't call it political groups, but some who said, we should be thrown out. Or in other words, they repeated the Hitler slogan and said, well, the Jews deserve it to be thrown out. There were Jewish nationalists in a paradoxical situation. There were a few. But as a group, I think most of them saw the handwriting on the wall. You had to do something. Some of them didn't get out in time before the war. They had to take the long road via Russia and China, and some of them got stuck in there, in Shanghai and other places. They eventually made it to this country. But I don't think that maybe not after Hitler came to power, but the anti-Semitism, the book burning which Goebbels initiated of Jewish authors and non-Jewish authors with liberal leanings were burned. I remember one article by one of the literary victims who said, where one burns books, eventually there will burn people. That was written, I think, after the war, but the idea is as a prediction very good. You burn the books, that means eventually when you have the power, you would get rid of them. Who controls it? The judicial system was under Nazi supremacy. Only Nazis could be judges, and well, if you didn't do what the Goebbels or Goering or Hitler wanted on their henchmen, why, you lost your job. So you kept your opinions and to yourself and did what you had to do. That was relatively easy in Germany because the law is fashioned after the Roman law, the Napoleonic code, it in paragraph so-and-so, paragraph so-and-so. It's not here where it is by, depends on a jury, on the opinion of the judge who uses some precedent. But he is not tied to a code or to a wording that specifically says what the crime consists of, what is outside it, and what falls under it. Oh, that's very important to take an acute example. It's the abortion. It's very well defined. Here, we fudge around it. Leave it to the states, that's one thing. And then within each state, there's still this not being clear about it. Depending on the people who sit in judgment and on the people who, well, the judge and the defendant. To tell me if I sit properly or so.
You're fine.
Wonderful.
You're fine.
Wonderful, thanks.
David did it.
We're set anytime. Anytime.
Okay. Today is May 21st, 1991, and my name is Ellen Zakal. I'll be interviewing for the second time T. Werner Schwarz. And this is the Holocaust Oral History Project of San Francisco. And assisting again with the interview is Peggy Poole and Judy Culligan. Werner, I would like you to begin this second interview by sharing with us any thoughts that you have had subsequent to the last interview. For instance, you brought up the issue of your mother not leaving Germany, and why.
Well, this issue occurred to me actually after the interview, because somehow I expected as a sequence to my talk the question of why you left. I left in '39, left my mother behind, never saw her again. We corresponded until it stopped. And brothers of hers and one sister, two sisters, stayed behind, and the question is, didn't they know what was coming, or didn't they have some inkling? And frankly, there was nobody to discuss it with, but it was, I would think, it was inconceivable that such murder on such a scale would ever take place. There is no incident in man's history that anything near that genocide was ever performed. We see examples of it. The Armenians during World War I murdered by masses by Turkey. There are examples like that in the present history. There were some, of course, in past history, but never to the extent, never with the thoroughness which the Nazis exhibited. So there was really no reason to believe this is what they have to expect, being deported and annihilated. Deportation, or rather deportation to work camps, were known. People were sent to camps, forced labor. But that may be in their future. I don't think anybody or not very many people anticipated. Naturally, they would have tried to get away from it, which was difficult, but no real attempt was made. My mother had to take in a second person to room with her, and she had heard something about transportations, but I suppose, and I make that assumption on basis of very little talk with the one sister of my mother's, who with her husband were in Theresienstadt and lived through it, and then moved to Los Angeles. We didn't talk much about it. It was a sore topic. But when we touched on it, it was beyond their comprehension that anything of that extremity could ever happen. After all, Germany, even the Nazis were people who had the same education we had, no matter what they believed about the Jews. I think it was incomprehensible and unimaginable that it could happen. And this was one reason probably why they were not prepared, even when they were loaded in a train and taken eastward. They probably thought these were, like in Theresienstadt, that were intermediate camps, or maybe they would have to go to labor camps, but that there was a systematic murder, systematic elimination of all of them. I don't think that really occurred to them. And as I said before, even if it had, by the time the war broke out, there was very little opportunity to get away, though some people went via Trans-Siberian Railroad to China, Shanghai, and so on, and from there, if they could, come to this country. But as I said, there was no opportunity to talk to them except one aunt of mine, and not much could be said, not much could be contributed to what went on. They were not dumb people. They were not. They had ideas about it, but it didn't go that far. As I said, it was nothing ever in man's history that let one have an inkling this would be a possible future. So that's all I have to say about it, or can say about it, unless you get more out of me with questions.
Why do you suppose that so many people had a jump on this situation in the early 30s, that they predicted there were a viable number of people who predicted accurately this situation? What do you think that they saw for themselves?
Well, there were many people who escaped before, who got out before. It wasn't really an escape. They got even out at the time where they could take some goods and some money along. Partly these were business people, partly they had their education cut off and had the means of getting away. They had perhaps relatives, very likely they had relatives or contacts in foreign countries, England, France, America, who would help them. France is a good example. A number of Jewish intellectuals went to France, and they were rounded up by the invading Nazis or invading German troops when they occupied France. They were simply caught. And some who were caught and were not immediately incarcerated also committed suicide. Some well-known poets or artists of pre-Nazi Germany, Jews, committed suicide. Others escaped. Thomas Mann escaped. He was not a Jew, but he knew what was coming, or he may have anticipated and left. Of course, they burned his books in 1933, so that was a good sign to get out of it. I don't know if he got out before that burning feast which Goebbels arranged, that I don't know. But he got out quite early to Switzerland, had no problem getting into Switzerland or being accepted. The others would not be accepted by Switzerland or by other countries unless they had sizable means or had a profession which was desirable. So that's just about all I can say. Most of these people who escaped or who left before had means, took their family along. Many of them, I shouldn't say many, family took even their belongings and furniture along. 34, 35, 36. Then came the Nuremberg laws and made it really difficult.
What made these people willing to, less willing to deny, if indeed denial was the mechanism that was going on, that something terrible would happen to the Jews, versus those who stayed because they felt nothing so monstrous would indeed go on?
It's difficult to say. Those who left didn't leave, I would assume, did not leave with eagerness or with a certain lightheartedness, because they were all rooted in Germany. They grew up, they had their education, they went through the schools and perhaps university. Their children went to schools there. So to uproot all of this is not easy. And that applies to all people who leave their home and their environment, the cultural environment which has shaped them, and started something new. Well, if they were businessmen and traveled frequently to foreign countries, it was easier. But if they were not, it is very difficult. Then I know of a few cases where people took their money along, and in the long run lost it all, either by speculation, trying to build a new career, or just had no means of income and spent it all. And at the end was nothing. But what prompted them, I don't know. It's maybe some anticipation or some fear. But there's also nothing I think, in Jewish history that explains or that really points to large groups of Jews leaving suddenly or within a short period and go somewhere else. Usually they were caught and they were exterminated by pogroms or during pogroms. Does that answer your question? In part, at least. I must say that is speculation, because I know of some. But the questions which I asked or were asked were not as probing, because it's all in an interim period between the arrival of the Nazis and the beginning of the Holocaust. If we assume the Holocaust as such began really in 1939, when they started, or when they decided at a conference near Berlin, that would be the solution of the Jewish problem. Ship them all out, exterminate them. So-called one-day conference at a villa near a lake in a suburb of Berlin.
Prior to 1933, you were a young man at university.
Mm-hmm.
Did you identify the Nazis and their rise to power as a threat? Was it something that you discussed with your friends, your mother, your family? Or was it more of a surprise to you? Did you see it coming?
A surprise it was not. Again, it was not conceived with idea what followed, or with any anticipation of what followed. It was clear that universities were no longer accessible to Jews, were just thrown out, so to speak. So the future for somebody who went to the university of becoming something, of preparing himself for a profession, was cut off. Companies subsequently had to dismiss all Jews. My mother was working, and she was working in the same job she had before 1933 until about 1937 or 38. 38, I think it was, and then she was dismissed. It was a relatively large company. She was dismissed, as was the man who was in charge of it, who was Jewish, and she looked for some other job, but she could still get. That she also should have thought maybe there will come a time where I will not have a job anymore. Again, this is a question: how far did they think ahead? How sinister did they anticipate the times would be? Question mark.
Were you politically active? Were you as a student?
Oh, well, in the Jewish youth movement, yes, but not in, let's say, not in the German politics. And German politics was cut off too. There was a famous fire of the German Reichstag, which the Nazis engineered, and which gave Hitler the chance to outlaw all parties. So there was only one party, and they had the absolute power. And they could do what they wanted and did what they wanted. And prominent Jews. I was just 20 years old when they came to power.
Did Hitler's appointment as Reichschancellor, did that stimulate your involvement in the Jewish youth movement?
No, I was involved in the Jewish youth movement before. And the change it produced, I think I talked about it last time, is that the group to which I belonged, which was a German Jewish youth movement, then shifted to Zionism. I was up to that time, the last year or year and a half before that happened, a liaison man of a German Jewish organization, the Centralverein, between that organization and youth groups. But when the group to which I belong shifted to Zionism, that ended that particular position. And it was not filled afterwards, as far as I know, because there was really no organizational Jewish activity allowed, except to have a representation of all German Jews, which was subsequently established. Again, I mentioned that in the previous interview. Characteristically, it was renamed the representation of the Jews in Germany, while previously it was of the German Jews. Maybe a minor point, but it was very significant to the Nazis. It was very significant to the Jews in Germany. Suddenly, the hyphenated existence stopped, and there were foreigners. We all had to change our names or add something. My name was Werner, first name, and then I had to add Israel, and women had to Werner Israel, and the women had to add Sarah. Unless there were a couple of names, I think Daniel was allowed. They didn't have to add another name like to it, but it's had to change my name. I would have to change from Werner to Daniels or Danny. After I came here, I realized it wouldn't have made that much difference, but there is a reluctance to do so. But my passport was Werner Israel, and therefore identified without having to say so as a Jew. Besides, the Germans still, I think, still ask for religious identification. That was at that time called Mosaic, after Moses. Didn't say Jewish or something, it was Mosaic. I don't know what you say now.
Did your involvement with Zionism begin in 1933 then? Or were you involved with the youth group
Could you say that again? I didn't quite get it.
When the youth group became more involved with Zionism, were you involved then with the Zionism at that time?
Well, we were then. The group then shifted towards Zionism and began not only to the members studied Hebrew and took a greater interest in Jewish history and general Jewish history, also connection with other people who then became Zionists. Martin Buber, who had close relation with that group, was not known as a particularly Zionist philosopher, but he got then a professorship in Jerusalem, and so that was a direction in which all Jews went. It was not really a religious conversion or conversion to more conservative or any religion. It was, you might say, ethnic. It's the closest word. It was not a nationalism. In fact, the question of Zionism, an ethnic, nationalist, or political or racist group, still plagues the Jews, because you know that the United Nations has passed a number of years back a resolution that labeled or tried to label Zionism as racism. I'm not familiar with the details, but it comes up all the time again.
How often did your group meet, the youth group meet, and what did you discuss at meetings? How many people were there? Could you just talk a little bit about the structure and
I don't know. Once the Nazis came to power, meeting was a little bit more difficult. I know that at one meeting, which took place in a private home, the Nazis had heard about it, came up and took everybody away in cars, or rather in transports, and were later released. But regular meetings did not take place to the same extent. People stayed in contact. They were also shifting to prepare themselves for going to Israel. The youth aliyah to Israel, and many of them, even the older ones, went what's called hachshara, that is preparation for an existence in Israel. And this book which you showed me today on Wilfrid Israel shows in pictures too many of the group who later formed into a kibbutz had to live several years in tents. I think so. Well, so that was, meetings took place, meetings were there, but most of them were in private homes. It was not that one could go to halls or to public rooms as we did before. That was partly because it was safer, and the Nazis took laws into their own hand. As I just mentioned, they came once to a meeting that took place in an apartment, and just rounded up everybody. So there was no security. You couldn't call the police, because those stormtroopers told the police where they could go. They had the power, and nobody could interfere. So it was anarchy in a way, and it was wise to stay out of their reach if possible.
When you were arrested that time, or picked up that time from that meeting, do you remember what kind of questions you were asked? Or?
Not very many. I was interrogated, and I was hit over the head a number of times, and lost part of my hearing at the time. What questions? They weren't interested in questions. They had me, and I think I had something on me which seemed to be suspicious, so they kept me a few days longer, but then no charge, just released. And I was in good company. Some leading politicians of the Social Democratic Party were in the same prison, not that we mingled or anything like that, but they were there longer, and it was, well, the fact that there was no particular charge, that there was no knowledge what would happen. There was actually, besides a few hits over the head, I was not maltreated. But the lack of knowledge what might happen, and the anxiety, of course, were a pretty fearful thing. particularly for the one who was just 20 years old.
And was your mother aware that you had been picked up?
Oh yeah, she was notified by one of the people who got away later that same day. I mean that same night, I think. No pleasure either for her to realize that. Nothing she could do. She knew that I hadn't committed any crime, but it was a little freak accident, you might say, or just that I had something on me which seemed to be suspicious. It wasn't. But it didn't have to be in order to be a pretext for taking somebody into custody.
After that incident, did it make you more cautious, or more fearful, or more committed?
No, actually, the situation became a little more stabilized. Not for me, but in general, because these excesses at first were the result of Hitler being appointed as the president or to head the government, and the euphoria at first showed in large demonstrations and this type of anarchy. Later on, it was not terminated, but it was a little bit stabilized, so that life became more, not secure, but not as dependent on freak accidents. Not a regular judicial process, but at least they had tried to establish some sort of government, some sort of regulation. And until 1936, I mentioned the Nuremberg laws, when Jews were simply declared no longer being German citizens, or that did not mean at the time that they did not lose protection. But it foreshadowed the possible future which nobody really anticipated to that extent.
Did you, were you committed to immigrating to Israel?
Yeah.
To Palestine at that time? Did you talk with your mother and your family about that? What did they think of that?
Well, my mother knew, and I went to Frankfurt to participate in the establishment of what was called the Beit Haluz, a home of people who all did some preparatory work for Israel. Wasn't Israel at the time, was still Palestine. And so she knew about it, I knew about it, and the intention was, and I mentioned that last time, that by sheer luck I got a position as assistant to a professor whose job was, assignment was, to help scholars and scientists and young established scientists and scholars to get abroad. There were a few openings, and it was his intent to establish more connection and get people out. It was possible to get out at that time. And I got out too. Eventually I got an American student visa and left. Completely legally. I couldn't take any money along, and a few books I could take, but it didn't amount to much, and $10. But at the time it was good even to go out without any more money than $10 just to be out. But even then, at that time, I did not visualize that I could never see my mother or her family or my family again. It was more or less considered a temporary time, although at the time I left, it was July 1939, people in the street talked about already that going to war against Poland. And the date was pretty much determined after the harvest was brought in. There was just a few weeks, a couple of months before I left.
Were there other members of your family, younger people, perhaps cousins, that were also involved in Zionism?
No. I don't think any of my immediate or my mother's immediate family was. Two of my cousins, younger than I, were taken by Swedish people. There were quite a few young German Jews who were taken in, not adopted, but helped by Swedish families if they had a profession or a trade, then they continued doing that. I had one cousin who was trained already as a baker, as a pastry baker. He continued that in Stockholm, and his younger brother went to work on a farm. And that happened to quite a few. So they were secure there, but I was the only one who openly declared that I would go to Palestine, a Zionist.
How was it decided what trade, when you decided to immigrate to Palestine and you were going to learn a trade, how did you pick that out, or was it picked out for you?
How again, I didn't quite understand you.
When you started to learn a trade for immigration, how did you decide what trade?
Oh, it was just my own preference. I didn't want to particularly cherish being a farmer or work on a farm, and I started working as a baker. And started that in Berlin, and I got a hernia, and after that has healed, I went to Frankfurt, where I continued as an apprentice. It wasn't really an apprentice in the formal sense, it was simply as a volunteer. I didn't make any difference. I didn't get paid, but I learned as much as I could. So that I went to the relatively hot Palestine. I was supposed to work and earn a living as a young, half-experienced baker.
How did your mother feel about that, about your shift from the university to learning a trade?
Well, she knew that university was terminated. Though I later got back again, and she supported me as much as she could, but though I did get a little bit of a salary. She was pleased. But otherwise she did not let on what she felt. She was pretty much kept her thoughts to herself. And I did not inquire too much. Maybe I was a little bit selfish and not as considerate of other people, including my mother, as I would have liked to be in retrospect.
When did you decide that your future really lay outside of Germany? Do you remember? Was it?
Oh, that was even before the Nazis came, when the university terminated all attendance for Jews. The hope that the Nazi empire wouldn't last 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it was a period whose end was desired perhaps, but was really not foreseeable, and that such a tremendous war would erupt was also not anticipated, though politicians at the times did, and abroad perhaps more than within Germany. I really can't say. It was actually when the future of the whole group of all young German Jews was questioned, or was, as a matter of fact, there was no more future. That the only way to continue life was outside of Germany. And there were not very many options. Israel or Palestine at the time was actually the only realistic option for the majority of people. Those who had finished, or let's say those who had studied medicine, could go and got jobs. I had a friend, a woman friend, who had studied medicine in Italy, came then to Germany and had a job in England, but decided to stay with her parents and ended up in a concentration camp, administering medicine to the inmates, and survived. But she was so charred, you might say, by the experience that she later committed suicide.
the leaders that you looked up to at that time and why?
Well, spiritual leader, you might say, was Martin Buber. And his concept of Jewishness, Judaism, impressed this group and the older people who were more mature and formulated ideas. His ideas impressed them, very much impressed us as the younger people. But there were a few people, and I mentioned it last time already, T.I.E.T.Z. was one of them, but he also committed suicide in 1933. Wilfried Israel, whose not autobiography, his biography you have now, was not a leader in the sense. He did a lot of things because he had both German and British citizenship, and then was shot down in a plane flight from Portugal to England. The plane was shot down, and that was the end in I don't know when it was, 43 or 42. There were a few people who were prominent in Germany, but then were not so prominent people when the group, step by step or one by one, small groups, went to Palestine. That required people of a different caliber than were you might say, the mental or the ideological leaders, and needed people with practical ideas and with practical ideas that were still loyal to the basic intellectual ideas, but one might say doers and shakers and this type of thing.
Did you have contact with people that had already immigrated to Palestine as the Jews?
Not at that time. Or very briefly, because the man for whom I worked, the professor in Bonn for whom I assisted, had gone to Israel with his wife and a daughter. The son had also gone as a member of an orchestra, the Jewish orchestra, but contact was small. They could not really form an opinion. It was a life-saving move for them, but any opinion what life would be there, I did not have. In fact, there was not a question. If I didn't like it, I could see what else I could arrange. And I had decided that some time before already, when I got this particular position as an assistant and lived in that family's home, that I already knew that Israel or Palestine was not my first choice. I could fall back on it, but fate would have it differently.
Did you attend any classes on Jewish history or thought? Did you study Hebrew during the 30s?
In general, that was part of the turn to Zionism, not only, but before that too. It was something I mentioned, I think, last time. At the high school, we had an hour or 2 hours a week where Jews were separated. There were 2 of us in the class who were instructed by a rabbi. There was Jewish history involved, and the Catholics were separated from the Protestants. So there I knew something, and naturally the moment we turned to Zionism, even before it was a German Jewish group, we became quite familiar. I was supposed to be familiar with Jewish history. There were a number of German Jewish writers, authors, who reflected a good deal of the history. And we knew the history of, let's say, the Hasidim and sects similar to that and leading up to that. So we had more than just a superficial relationship, and I had too. And that didn't stop by my going to this country.
In 1935, when the Nuremberg laws were enacted, what effect did it have on your life specifically?
A frightening effect. Particularly when you saw the pictures of these masses of Nazis marching in rows, I don't know, of 16 or 32, and endlessly past the reviewing stand with their banners and flags and the slogans against Jews. That was not comforting. So what impression I had is very difficult to say, frightening. And no way out. As if you run against the wall, want to climb over it, and then when you get there, find you can't climb over it. And the people behind you want to kill you.
Were you aware at all of the efforts being made outside of Germany, say, on that by Britain?
Yes,
or the
yes, yes, and they were very small. We were aware of it. I've told that the Zionist paper was still published. I think the Jüdische Rundschau was still published, and they talked about it. For instance, the incident about the boat that took a lot of people to Cuba because the Cuban consul sold visas and then they were turned away. That was known. It was not known that a lot of people jumped into the water before they came back to the German port. But that was known. Many other efforts became known only after the war ended. The attempts by Swede Wallenberg to help Jews escape, the attempt by others to help Jews from East Europe escape were not known at that time.
There was some discussion in the book about Wilfred Israel on the anti-Nazi boycott that took place outside of Germany by non-German Jews, and there was a debate about that. Were you aware of that? Did you?
No. I don't know how effective it was. I would say that in retrospect.
In August of 1937, there was a new white paper was published or was enacted which restricted Jewish immigration.
Into Palestine?
Into Palestine. Were you aware of that
No,
at that time?
no. By that time already I was away from the movement. I was still, I wouldn't say I was anti-Zionist or non-Zionist. That was always an option. But I was not aware of it, and I don't know to what extent that was published in Germany. The British attitude was known. They did not like the mass immigration to Palestine. And it did not change with the declaration of the Jewish state in May of 1948.
With the annexation of Austria, what effect did that have? Could you talk about when you found out where you were, pictures that you may have seen?
It was expected. The Austrians were greater Nazis than the Germans, who were openly declared to be Nazis. This is all lined up, and I think the subsequent history of Austria, including up to today, seems to underline that. A lovely people, lovely country. But they had also a relatively influential Jewish community there, prominent as it was in Germany, in literary circles, musical circles, cultural circles, professions, journalists, lawyers, philosophers, professors in various subjects. So they had developed both an admiration and a hatred, which the ambivalence was also something that characterized, before the Nazis came to power, the attitude of many Germans prominent. Einstein was there. Some people were even allowed by the Nazis to stay there. There was one biochemist who, Jewish, one of the belonging to the Warburg family, W-A-R-B-U-R-G. There was a great financial family that goes back a couple of centuries. And one of its members, forgot the first name, I think it was Otto, was a very famous biochemist. And he was allowed to stay there. The Rockefeller Institution, Rockefeller money has built him an institute in Berlin, and he was allowed to stay there because somehow the Nazis hoped he would find a cure for cancer, not knowing much at the time that it is not something for which one cure might possibly do, or one drug might do it, but they had that hope. And another thing was the head of the German Air Force was half Jewish, and it was at that time that Goering said, I determine who is a Jew, in defense of the appointment of this very capable officer to head the Air Force.
In 1938, the Polish-born Jews were expelled from Germany. Did that have any impact or significance in your life?
Yes, we feared something would happen. The Kristallnacht followed it. Yes, it was publicized, of course, widely, and the effect exaggerated. Sure, there was a Polish Jew who shot a member of the German embassy or consular corps in Paris, and those people whom I knew, including myself, feared very bad consequences. They needed an incident like that to justify the excesses, and the excess was the Kristallnacht, and of course the taking in of many Jews, mostly prominent Jews, who were free up to the time, take them into custody. No legal procedure, no justifiable thing, simply because they were Jews. So that changed the situation completely. It remained somewhat changed, so this was a flare-up that did not continue night after night or week after week. But we had fears.
Could you talk a little bit about Kristallnacht and where you were? Were you with your family?
About what?
Of Kristallnacht, where you were?
Well, I was in Bonn, and actually I was not aware of it because the man of the house had left. He was warned by friends to get away. He did. They came looking for him, and he wasn't there. They never came up to the top floor where I was. Besides, there wasn't anybody prominent who was on their list. If it went that way, I suppose that they had such a list, and a number of people were warned. I found that out later also. That was true in Berlin. But they looked for prominent Jews. What they did with them, nobody knows. Some of them came back to their families, others did not.
How do you think they were warned? I mean, how do you think that happened?
I don't know. Apparently, since it wasn't done, the Kristallnacht was not the same day. This was anticipated as a reaction of the Nazis, and the people who knew, or non-Jews who knew, warned their Jewish friends. That's the only way I can explain it, but I have no definite information about that. Not everybody escaped.
Did that heighten your sense of urgency and to leave Germany?
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, the sense of urgency was there all the time. And I had already applied at that time for a student visa. And it took quite a long time before that came through. I had to be accepted by the university. In that case, first I had to be accepted by a Jewish fraternity, that they would give me room and board. And there were a number of people whose biographies, so to speak, were sent around. Jewish fraternities weren't particularly quick in deciding. And once it was decided that they would take one, they looked at the pictures and other characteristics, I can't say what, then contact was established with the university if the qualifications either for professorship or student acceptance as a student were acceptable, were possible. That they didn't act with any particular speed became clear after I got there. They didn't know much about it. They asked some, which I would have said then already, were silly questions. Don't you read the papers? In America, they must report about that. No, they did not. They read the sports section, nothing else. And then they asked my roommate, who came from Austria, and me, and the was wondering about the lack of alacrity in those people. They were Jewish. And their parents or their fathers came from somewhere in Europe and established themselves, most of them. And they had a good life, but they didn't know what went on really. They could hardly believe it, and if they believed it or not, I can't even say. They just asked the question and then went on with their usual activities. Silly as they appeared to me at that time, and more so today. Hazing, as an example.
When were you aware of the existence of when were you aware of the existence of the camps? When did you become aware of them?
Not at all. Until I was in this country and pretty much after the war. And before we sat down here, I mentioned that many of the German people, non-Nazis, or even perhaps even Nazis, were not aware. Certainly it wasn't publicized. On the contrary, it was forbidden to talk about it. But one wonders what people in close vicinity, let's say Auschwitz or Buchenwald, must have felt, because the smell of burning bodies, burning flesh, wafted from the camp, and pretty, I mean, at least in the neighborhood, I don't know how far, but they must have known something, but they couldn't talk about it. Maybe they had an idea, but if they talked about it, they were in danger of being picked up and sent there too. So really they did not talk about it. And it only underlines the fact that perhaps many German, non-Jewish Germans, may have had ideas about it, but couldn't act, couldn't even ask questions, what's going on there? In fact, the whole thing was pretty much suppressed here in this country. It was known, but any attempt to urge or to get the government to do anything about it was, well, it was not obvious. As much as talked about it, well, they could have bombed the railroad tracks and the railroad yards and the places where the people who were shipped there were released. That was denied. The planes could have landed in Russia, or but no such plan was actually, I think, I don't know how seriously or not seriously considered. We only learned after the war that it was proposed and was not carried out.
Were you active in the Jewish community here after you came here?
Not very much. I was, while I was in Berkeley a little bit, and that came more so by the Hillel Foundation than by my own initiative. What went on here didn't particularly impress me. I have had contact here in San Francisco, and but I don't belong to a synagogue, and no, if you speak of activity, a role or a leading role or simply a role, I have to say no.
How did this experience, this whole experience affect your life and your values?
Which, when you talk of experience in America, or
No,
the whole
yes.
Jewish experience?
The Jewish experience in Germany.
Well, that was shaped already while I was in Germany. And it was disillusioning to hear how little is known. I mentioned the attitude of the students in the fraternity. There were Jews. After all, the Jewish fraternity is a sign that the others don't want Jews in their little community of a fraternity or sorority. It didn't affect them. There's a Jewish golf club, and they have a few non-Jews to show that they are not restricted to Jews. But it was very disappointing, because there was a feeling, there still is a feeling, that there should be some solidarity. It shouldn't limit itself to Jews, but there should be solidarity. And my impression was, shortly after I came and for all the years, that it's lacking. And that may partly have determined my desire to go into the armed forces and be just as assimilated here as I was in Germany, hoping that no Hitler will come here.
Would you talk a little bit about your feelings about German reunification?
Yes, I can talk about it. If you want to specify, say something, otherwise I will tell you my opinion.
No, I want to hear your opinion.
It was done very hastily. East Germany, or the East Germans, did not decide on their own they want to live in a communist governed state. They simply lived there, and the division was done. The way it was administered was, you might say, a pseudo-communist state. There was no private property. People had subsidized housing, subsidized food, subsidized everything. They had very little money of their own, and what they had deteriorated or devalued in comparison with the West. So what happened at the reunification? The border fell, the wall was demolished. The East was left with worthless industrial facilities. They were not kept up. So as a result, when the government collapsed, there was nobody there to tell the people what to do, or tell the people who ran the factories what to do. There was no money to support them anymore, so they closed. If they tried to continue, they would have not been in any way to compete with others. So it is logical that they would stop manufacturing things, and as a result, the people who worked there lost their jobs. They had some social net, but the money has to come from somewhere. Chancellor Kohl promised that the West Germans would do that, but the West Germans didn't think of any sacrifices they would have to make. It is the idea, reunification, oh yes, sacrifices, no. And that's still the attitude today, because it costs money to not only rebuild the factories and invest in the East, but to provide help for the unemployed. West Germany has unemployed. East Germany has many times that many people without any hope. Houses were not kept up. I remember distinctly, I visited the house where I grew up, trying to get perhaps to the apartment where my mother lived and I. There was nobody home, so that is a good solution. Didn't know what I would have said or how I would have reacted, but since there was nobody home, I did have the courage to go there, but nobody was there to really tempt me. But the steps were hollowed out from the years of people walking up the stairs and down. The houses hadn't been kept up, hadn't been painted. Plumbing, from what I learned later, was in disarray. All these houses okay, they have a roof, but the conditions are terrible. Not only that, the houses belong to the state. There was no private property. Now the state is gone. And the invitation to those who have money is you can buy condominiums or you can buy houses. And come the people who left that area, that was the east, because they couldn't take it anymore or they had political reason to leave, they come back now and say, this was our property. We want to occupy it again. And if not, we want to be compensated. That was not considered at all. The chancellor wanted to have a political victory, wanted to be the chancellor under whom reunification took place, and didn't care. I don't think he really cared or gave a damn what would happen. Reunification took place. He persuaded the East Germans that it would be in their interest, that he would do a number of things which they hoped. They exchanged some money, but then he didn't do anything. And the Germans don't want to do anything. They appointed some leading industrialist to arrange that. He was murdered a couple of months ago. It's really chaos. And that chaos was predictable. It's similar to what, not similar, one can compare with perestroika in Russia. People expect miracles overnight. You cannot go from a planned economy to a market economy. Furthermore, since the end of the war, 2 generations have lived in Germany. They had no initiative left. They didn't need any initiative. It was all determined what everybody had to do. There was no unemployment because, well, in such a state you don't have unemployment. Something has to be given to everybody. If they got unemployment insurance or should have gotten, they got some job. It paid for the minimum requirements of life. If they wanted more, there were some stores, but they were only accessible to the upper group in the communist government. They had their own housing, they had gold-plated plumbing, they had restaurants with servants in uniform, they had silver, flatware and things like that. The rest of the people, no. Up to a certain level that penetrated, went to a slightly lower echelon in the government. But the majority of people, I think 16 millions there, did not have any benefit from that. And they lived, okay, their life was bearable. And they yearned for all the goods in the East, in the West. When the border fell and they got a few thousand German mark, they immediately went and bought things which they hoped to buy before, which they saw on television, which they saw on pictures, and they spent their money. There was nothing left. Not only that, the problem, who pays rent? Rent went up right away, in spite of the fact that there was no government, no determination, or nobody who told how much to charge for an apartment. The problem is still not solved. So there is great unhappiness about it. Yesterday's Time magazine, which I got yesterday, showed a picture of Chancellor Kohl in East Germany being pelted with eggs. Well, they realized what is going to happen. He promised things would smooth out, maybe 10 years from now. Not overnight. The anticipation was of a people who had suffered and seen, well, we are all Germans and these are our well, they are our brothers and sisters that will be treated somewhat like that. They are not. They are looked down as second-class citizens. That's a picture that shows, and it is not changed even if the government changes, because there is no desire on the part, apparent desire on the part of the mass of West Germans to really make sacrifices. Money is needed for that. And Germany has committed itself already to paying not only Russia for withdrawing the troops and helping Russia with its financial problem. They have pledged, I don't know how many billions for the Gulf War. So there really isn't any money left to pay for the Gulf War. Kohl is right now in Washington. I don't know what he will arrange. But that is the answer. It is sad, and nobody has really expected that. Nobody has stood up and said, you can't do this in such a short period, overnight, or without having some structure which will take over. And the problem, as I mentioned already, is still not solved. What about the people who say, we had some property there, we want it back? That property probably was occupied by other people who have, in some cases, in most cases, kept it up. But what right do people who have abandoned their property without having any hope or intention of ever clamoring for it to be returned? Now they come, and courts don't know what to do. There is really no, I can say law, there is no attempt made to resolve that. There would be money necessary to either help people buy apartments or buy the houses in which they live, or the apartment in the house in which they live. But there are no regulations, there are no suggestions. There's nobody to turn to. In the meantime, prices go up because people who have money drive the price up. There's an inflation in the East and speculation. And the people who lived in East Germany cannot participate. They are the victims of it. So it is a pretty bad situation, brought on, or I couldn't say brought on, but without having been foreseen by the people in charge. That means the West Germans. The East Germans simply quit. Okay, it's not ours anymore. Honecker, an old man, is in Russia to spend the last years of his life or days of his life in relative comfort, but a sick man. And those who worked with him are gone, or certainly are in no position to do anything about it. And there are now people who can be pointed to and said, it's your fault. So this is, I think, the answer I would give you, and it is not a pretty picture. And it's not a pretty picture because nobody foresaw it, or those who should have foreseen it and had the example of Russia to go by did not, and essentially for a political victory of the Chancellor.
Dr. Schwarz, can we go back to your life in Germany in the 30s? Can you describe meeting Wilfred Israel? Did you meet him, Wilfred Israel?
Did I?
Did you meet him?
Whom?
Meet Wilfred Israel?
Oh, Wilfred Israel, I met, yeah.
Can you describe meeting him? And
I've met him, I have letters from him. I don't think I can contribute any more or anything additional to what is said in the book. He was a strange man who kept to himself, who was not one given to make quick friendships. He was wealthy, he was had a good collection at that time already of Oriental art, which a good deal of it was shipped to the kibbutz, where I would have gone had I stayed with the group. He wanted to be buried there, and it couldn't happen because he was shot down over the Atlantic. No, it's difficult to say, but it was impossible to get close to him. He addressed me by my first name. I addressed him by his first name. I was considerably younger than he, I think 12 years or so. And it was a different generation, and besides he was a very wealthy man. He could travel back and forth. He spoke fluent English, fluent German, and expressed himself very well. He had a fancy apartment with servants. But all of this, you might say, he managed to not to get close. Talk about it, and very informally, But the possibility of becoming friends, first of all, I was not his generation. I was not in any way. I was a messenger at best. He had a leading role. But the cordiality you sometimes find among people who do work together so was not there. I mean, this was his, I would say this was his whole attitude, and I think this is also expressed in the book.
How did you meet him, and in what manner did you work with him?
Oh, I didn't really work with him. I met him, as I said, as a messenger. I went there somewhere, and then when I left this country, I don't even know if I wrote him or he wrote me before, wishing me good luck, and I stopped in London at a Jewish council there, but I really can't recall. I haven't even looked at a couple of letters I have from him I saved. I don't know for what reason, because through some correspondence I had with Martin Buber where he simply sent me a couple of postcards. I'm thinking, why should I keep all of this? I have so much, and there has to come a time where I have to go through it and sort it out, rather than leave all this to my heirs. I didn't think it would be important. It's not even important in this connection here, because whatever I could contribute or say about him is much better said in this very thorough biography. I just have an opinion about the politics there, and it doesn't affect me. It's I can say it affects me in as much as it was a division which was arbitrary, and the people who lived east of the dividing line didn't choose that, and had an entirely different life system, political system and life, and they're being treated now as if they are personally responsible for it. But it has really nothing to do with my reaction as a Jew or reaction to today. The whole thing, of course, I have ambivalent feelings about it. It was yesterday in TV, one of the stations, I think, A&E, an hour was entitled from to Khrushchev. I don't know what it was. Khrushchev was the end point of it, and then I saw part of it. There were just certain episodes that were shown. Kennedy was there, and in Berlin, and that was shown. And I think from Kaiser, before World War I to Khrushchev was the title, From the Kaiser to Khrushchev. I have different feelings about it. Some of them I know, some of them I horrify, seeing the marching Nazis. Then again, this period is over. There's some different attitude today. I have also mixed feeling what I read today in the paper about Valencia being in Israel. I mean, in speaking there, and but this is not, has nothing to do with my reaction at that time. This is today's reaction after 50 years in this country.
What is your reaction to reading about neo-Nazi video games in Germany?
Well, I'm horrified, but I'm not surprised. I'm also not surprised that more of it is in Austria than in Germany. This cannot be stopped any more than the press can be stopped, press articles about whatever happens in this country, whether it's in the Kennedy family or something like that. The papers need material to print, and they exaggerate. They don't ask anybody. They have to sell their papers. No, but this does not surprise me. You can have anything. You could ask, what do I think about pornographic tapes? It's the same thing. What do I think about the 900 telephone number? Anybody, any kid can call. It's of the same order. Make it available because there's a market for it. And since kids learn to use and computer in school already, at least in many schools, and certainly in Europe, where they're much more advanced in that respect than here. This is to be expected. Imagine what it would what it would do here if it were available. People are, even students, are probably less what I would say, less sophisticated, and would grab that too because it's exciting. A murder or a shootout or so is very exciting here. The TV is full of it. So what do you expect the kids to do when they see all that daily? Manifold. So the same is true there. It feeds their fantasy, whether it's space travel or this type of thing. It's all imaginary, and the young mind grabs it. And parental control is probably there just as lacking as it is here. Leave the kid alone. We don't have to bother him. He doesn't bother us. Again, that has nothing to do with my experience here. But I answer the questions I'm asked.
Could you give any insight into your meetings with people like Otto Hirsch? Did you know Siegfried Moses? Any of these people, head of the German Jewish communities? Did you know of these?
Any insight, I don't know. I spoke with Otto Hirsch, and I knew his son who went to Brazil. No, it was all very, it was short, it was related to any particular case. It was not anything, let's say, friendly or so, not the personal relationship. He was much older than I. I mean, I was the age of his son. Again, if I had anything, it was essentially as a messenger. I told him something or talked to him about something, and his answers were crisp and to the point. So anything personal, no, and those people did not let on how they felt, what were their ideas. I talked to Leo Bach, the chief rabbi, while I was over there, and even had a letter of, I think, introduction from him when I left. He survived in Theresienstadt, and I heard him speak here at the synagogue, Webster and Geary, California, but I didn't approach him. He met so many people, I would have felt it's really not well, he has so many things on his mind. Why should I, simply having met him and talked to him a couple of times before while I was in Germany, now tell him, do you remember? No.
At the time of being a messenger for Wilfred Israel, did you know he was working as hard as he was to get the German Jewish youth out of?
Yeah, I did not work for him as a messenger. I brought him some information and went to his apartment. Yes, I was, because it had directly to do with that, and I knew that he was a citizen of England, as of Great Britain, as well as of Germany, and was a sign of old and well-to-do family. Family owned a department store. That I knew. But the subject of our meeting, of my message to him as a messenger, well, there were an exchange of words, but was essentially information that shouldn't be sent over the phone or sent over the mail, and so was brought personally. And then he sent, after we established contact a few times in that connection, I got, as I said, a couple of letters. First very formal, and then second less formal, more informal, addressing me by first name and saying cordially, Wilfred. But that didn't mean that there was that cordial relationship. That was simply style.
Do you think he had in any way, directly or indirectly, influenced your ability to get to the United States?
No.
No?
He was glad that I did, but he had no influence on it. He actually stepped into, on the stage, you might say, after the beginning of the war, much more than before. Because there he was the only one who could go out, who could leave Germany and come back. And I think his activities were welcome by the Gestapo as a contact, and I don't know how much they supervised him and listened to him secretly. But he was not a conspirator in any way. He did it all openly, as far as I know.
One question, were you aware of the Evian conference? This was in 1938 with the American Jewish delegation, the German Jewish trying to raise quotas. Did
No,
you
no.
didn't know that?
Was it successful? No.
Did you have any non-Jewish German friends growing up in the 30s?
No, not close friends.
Did you
Acquaintances, yeah, but acquaintances, yes, but no close friends.
Did they remain your acquaintances after Hitler came
No,
into
there was
power?
too much time between. Either they died in the war, or I had no desire of re-establishing any correspondence. I had some half-Jewish relatives who was cousin of my mother's, who was baptized, married a non-Jewish woman, and had 2 children. And I met them after the war, a long time after the war. They lived in Berlin. And they could continue living there, but no particular close relations. They went through some of the ordeal Jews went through, but they were spared the deportation.
Did you know of Adam von Trott?
No, I had heard from him and read about him only after I came to this country and after the war. I knew of some students who were executed because of the anti-Nazi propaganda that was publicized widely in the press, so that I knew. But anything that was not publicized, I did not know. In fact, that was the purpose of the whole propaganda machine. Only to let the people know what they want them to know and suppress what they don't want them to know.
Did you know those students?
No, that was in Munich, I think, that it happened. It was simply, I knew about it because it was publicized.
Did you ever hear any German non-Jew voice any anti-Nazi sentiment in your presence?
Yes, I mean, not strictly anti-Nazi. They did not approve of what they did. Were neighbors and people, and that type of people who were horrified, told me or told my mother or other relatives that they were horrified, but they didn't do anything. They didn't speak up. And I don't know how they, what they did in the last election before Hitler came to power, assumed power. How they voted, that was taboo. Didn't talk about it. It would have been embarrassing. What should they say if they had voted for the Nazis because they were disgusted with the whole situation in Germany? Unemployment and inflation and whatever. And people were fearful of saying something. They might say quietly and privately, but not openly. They said that when they knew people, they would say they regretted all of this and hoped that it wouldn't hit my family or in a bad way, but they didn't anticipate either what would happen. But there were a number of non-Jewish families who hid Jews during the whole period. And they could not stay in any such place for any length of time, so there was a whole net of underground non-Jewish families who participated in helping Jews stay undetected. And this was done at the risk of their own lives. I had an uncle and a cousin who did this until they became 2 months before the war ended, thinking that they can go and meet during the day when previously they only had met at night. And they were seen and picked up and shipped to the east and exterminated. But there were many others, and I know about that from them personally, and they knew a number of people who lived through the Nazi period underground, Jews or half-Jews. Any other question?
When did the realization come to you that you weren't going to see any of this family again, your mother, your uncles, your aunts?
I don't know. Even when I had got no more letters from my mother, I did not think that would be the end, because we didn't know, I didn't know, living here in this country at Berkeley at the time, or just before I got in the Navy, that what went on in the camps, that the camps as such were not just labor camps, but extermination camps, or extermination facilities. No, I did not know. And it's very difficult to ask people who survived, non-Jews who survived, because they all would say, no, they didn't know, and there were no Nazis after the war ended. They burned those who were Nazis and belonged to either the stormtroopers or the SS troops or anyway, burned their uniforms and their membership cards. And nobody could govern the country without the large number of the in Russia then in the Aborigines, those people who run the offices that remain constantly there. They don't make policy, but in order to make the whole population work and have an organization of that, they need people. And those who stayed in their jobs had to be Nazis, and they had to stay in their jobs because otherwise there wouldn't have been any government. It's the same here when parties change. When the president is from another party than the previous one, it changes a few positions. But the majority of positions are people who know what their job is, what they have to do, and it doesn't make any difference whether they're Democrats or Republicans, conservative or liberal. They have no influence on the policy, and they just carry out their routine jobs. But it needs hundreds of thousands of them.
So how long after the letters stopped did it?
I don't know exactly.
Just
I think the last letter came through the Red Cross. And that still didn't mean no more. And that's the end. It was simply a notice from my mother to me, and it was delivered I don't know how much later.
how did you handle the grief, or how did you grieve for the death of your mother that you never...
I can describe that. I can describe that. That is not a time-limited grief. That is just a consciousness that stays with me until I die. By the time I knew about it, I learned about it, was 1945. I had been in this country 6 years, had been in the Navy. I had pretty much anticipated that. And there was grief, it came to the surface more so afterwards than immediately at the time or during these 6 years up to the end of the war.
Do you have the correspondence from your mother?
Yeah, I've saved every letter she wrote and I wrote, but I haven't looked at them, and they are locked up, you might say. It's just too painful. Would be. I don't say it is. Would be. So when I'm gone, I'll be burned with me. No, I simply didn't want to destroy them, tear them up or anything like that. But I don't want to read them. But the correspondence, I have correspondence and telephone connection with the survivors of the family. The cousin in Sweden, a cousin in Colombia, a cousin in Los Angeles. That is partly correspondence as long as they write, but if they don't write, we talk on the phone. So that connection is, but it doesn't say anything. It's simply a network, you might say, of people who have grown. The only one, the one in Los Angeles, his family, and the one in Sweden, I have seen frequently, and we know each other. The one in Colombia, a woman she has been here too and made trips together, but the connection is, it's there. And she can call me anytime she wants to, and I can call her back, and I call her. But there's 50 years between. People change, interests change, and which were connection ones, in particular between the parents of these people and my mother or me as the oldest of a bunch of cousins, has changed too. We all have, you might say, assimilated, not only rooted, but also assimilated in the environment. The one in Colombia less so than the one in Sweden and the one in Los Angeles.
Does that kinship, did that help you with your grief for your mother at all?
No. They had their own grief. The one in Sweden, there were two. One died already. His parents went on the same transport as my mother from Berlin. The one in Colombia, no, there is no way of doing it. The one in Los Angeles, I helped his parents to get here. I knew a number of people who could give what's called the affidavit. I mean, that they would not become a social burden to the government, and they did not.
Did you mention the date and or destination of that transport in
No.
the previous interview?
You mean of my mother's transport? No. She indicated once in a letter, I think it's the last typewritten letter I got, that she has heard it, and if I don't hear anything more, I should assume that. But I am not even sure how clear that was expressed, and as I mentioned before, I'm not going back and look it up. She may have said how imminent it was. How she may. Again, I tried to eliminate, you might say, the memory from that last thing, because I can imagine what happened there and what feelings they may have had. I think I can imagine, but they couldn't do anything about it. They had to take it in a spirit of, well, that's fate. There were several of my mother's family who just went in that direction and never heard from again. There's a register. I don't know if the Nazis maintained a register and has fallen into the hands of a subsequent government. their names are entered in Jerusalem at the memorial Yad Vashem, but that's simply our statement and not anything that comes from the exterminators. I don't know if they kept exact records, if the Nazis kept exact records. I don't know.
Keeping her letters was important to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to throw them away.
Mm-hmm.
It's something, well, I can't say what is the rationale of it. It doesn't take up that much room, and it would be a sacrilege, I think, if I threw them away.
Do you have any questions, John?
No, ma'am.
It had me almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
You're going to cut some of it, I hope.
Yes, if it's televised, it would be.
I mean, that's something that is really not pertinent to the whole project.
No, we're going to keep the entire tape.
Okay.
I have one final question. How do you think your family will respond upon viewing your tape?
I don't know. I hope to get 2 copies. I sent one to each of my sons. I don't know if my cousin in Sweden would like to get a copy. I can send one to him and ask him to return it. Oh, I suppose it's possible if I want a 3rd copy to get a 3rd copy. I pay for it or something like that. But right now I just would like 2. One for each son. I would like to view one. I had made arrangement already when I think you told me it might come by the 9th of May. And I waited the whole week, and then on Friday I called Lani, and she didn't answer Friday, nobody there. And I called her today, and she was gone last week, and she known that she had tried, but she doesn't think it is ready. So that's it. If I made a fool of myself last time, I made the same mistake today.
How extensively have you discussed your experiences with your children?
With the older one, to some extent, they do not have any emotional connection with that. I took them to Germany in 1970 when the older one finished high school. And we drove by Bergen-Belsen, first an English military cemetery, and then came Bergen-Belsen. And my older son asked me, wasn't that a concentration camp? I told him yes. And next day we went there, and it was the first time they, as well as I, saw these gruesome pictures, photos. And the whole area with a stone here and there, the total no systematic way of doing it, and a large plate, marmor plate or something like that at the very end of it with inscriptions. So he knows to that extent. And he knows a little bit more. Again, it's very difficult to talk about it. There is a difference in generation, in experience. And for him, it is more well, how should I say? There's a word for it. Can't think of it right now. But it is an intellectual experience for him, while it is an emotional experience for me. So certain things which I refuse to see. I have not seen this television series about the Holocaust because I just couldn't stand it. I think I couldn't stand it, and my imagination is good enough to visualize what went on. I haven't read many books about it. The facts are there. I don't need a multiplication of the facts to realize what went on. I know that at one case, I think I have a cousin of my mother's who knew from somebody who went through it and knew my mother in a camp that she was sick and was helped very much by the other inmates and got well again. Before then, she was murdered just as the rest of them. That I know, But otherwise, this experience to transmit that and others participate who are not directly involved is very difficult. Vicarious is a word which I looked for. My son, at best, can experience that vicariously. And still it is only intellectual, and for me it's emotional. And I cannot. It's impossible to transmit. If you have a suggestion how that's done, how others react to that, let me know. I certainly want them to know more than a little bit of an emotional experience. And what I gave you today, this copy of the German weekly Der Spiegel, I labeled at the bottom for Eric and Ron, because that would be something to look up, something directly. Though there are English books, but they are tomes, so to speak. They wouldn't look at them just to read about the that or the book on Wilfred Israel, because they have no connection to that. They have their own youth, which they can revive and relive. And there are no relatives of mine, the ones in Sweden, the ones in Los Angeles. In fact, the younger son went to Sweden after we were there first in 1970, and then he was invited and he went there in 1971, because that cousin has 3 sons, and one is about the same age as my younger son, so they spent 6 weeks together there. The other one learned English, my son didn't learn any Swedish, but the relation is that close. But still, it's typical. Those 3 boys, grown sons now of my Swedish cousin, know about it, but don't have any experience. Their parents, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, his parents were sent on the same transport with my mother, so they should know, he should know as much as I know about it and react as much. And the sons, no, I don't, excuse me, we don't talk about it. They know, but it's not a subject for conversation. And I don't see how it can be. You cannot revive and relive the horrors, and frankly, I can't either. I can only imagine them. But from a different basis than those who have no direct connection with it. My sons don't know their grandparents. Oh yes, they know. No, they don't know their grandparents on either side. So it's disconnected for them. That was a final question, wasn't it?
Thank you, Werner.
You're very welcome. Sorry I used up that much tape.
Oh.
As I said,